And I
It made the sound, so I think we're good.
is that
Yes, that's the camera. And Going into this. Yeah, should have completed the.
Oh, I was like, what's that? That's the. Game.
Just.
I think that's
Hey Hunter, just doing a test. Can you hear us okay?
Yep, I can hear you great.
Thank you. No.
Hello.
No, it's the ongoing, so, hearing with last week, but they're.
Bill set, Stacy? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's call to order the work sessions of Frisco Town Council for. And with that, we're going to go straight into our work first agenda item, which is the High Country Conservation Center Climate Equity Plan presentation. Please.
So I'm not going to get much of the introductions because we were on over already, but I'll just say we're really excited to be presenting the climate equity plan. We're really hard on it. And I haven't received final draft yet because we're coming to but we're waiting in anticipation. Right. Okay. I will hear a little bit about it from Jess tonight.
Thanks, Hillary. Thanks everyone for having us here. And yeah, like she said, regretfully, it's not in your packet. There were a few weird spacing things and misnumbered footnotes that we're still fixing. So should be any day now. Before I start, I just want to say thank you to all of the stakeholders, our steering committee and the community members who gave input and time and feedback during the planning process. Even though I'm the one up there talking tonight, they are really the folks who put it together and helped guide this process forward. And so really grateful to all of them for their participation. Okay, so why are we talking about climate equity? I think I don't need to remind all of you why we're talking about climate in Summit County and in town of Frisco, but why climate equity? All of these are also probably familiar to you. You know, we have a really high cost of living. That also contributes to high energy bills, and the energy burden is the ratio of folks' income that they pay for their utility bills. The average household in our community is energy stressed. That's a metric that the Colorado Energy Office put together. You're energy stressed if you pay more than 4% of your income on your energy bills every year. And then we are actually, this is going back to climate, but the state considers Summit County to be in the 72nd percentile, and the higher it is, the more at risk you are for climate vulnerability. They have this, the CDPHE, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, have this really fun interactive map that you can play with and look at all these different climate elements on them. And climate vulnerability is made up of impacts from drought, heat, and fire. And so here we are, and we did our climate action plan back in 2019, which town council adopted. And we know that in order to meet the goals of the climate action plan, which are to reduce emissions 80% by 2050, we need to include everyone in the community. However, we also know that the strategies in the plan aren't doing that right now, as they were originally written. There are a lot of barriers folks face. And so knowing that and knowing some of these other community characteristics that we have, we wanted to fix it. So HC3 was able to get an environmental justice grant from the EPA to help with this planning process so that we could engage community members in figuring out, you know, what are their concerns related to energy, transportation, and waste, and how can we help them and improve quality of life at the same time reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So the goals for the project were to increase equity in our climate action plan and in our strategy implementation by engaging with the community, really learning from them, listening to what folks need. From there, identifying opportunities to minimize barriers to participation in existing programs, or figure out how do we change programs or create new programs so that they're more accessible for everyone. By doing this, we also wanted to build trust among community members and really reach out to organizations that we don't work with on a regular basis to figure out how we can reach a broader audience, and that thereby strengthen our relationships with them. So we had participation from a number of community groups in the county. So both Jesse, wearing a different hat, and Hillary participated in the planning process. Our local government partners were really there to listen. We really wanted to hear what other folks had to say and not hear ourselves talk as we do all the time. And then we also had participation from the school district and from Mountain Dreamers, from local community organizers, from Northwest COG, because they run state and federally funded low-income energy efficiency programs. Also from the FERC, from Breckenridge Grand Vacations, because they employ a lot of frontline employees. And so these were the folks that, this was our steering committee. Go forward 2 slides. The steering committee, and they really helped to guide the process. We had an idea in mind of how we wanted it to go, but we wanted them to be able to tell us, hey, we don't like this. You know, we want you to change your approach. We want you to, you know, change this, go about this a different way. And that was really their role in this whole process. They also helped us come up with some key definitions in the plan. It's not letting me go backwards. That I skipped. Somehow I can't go backwards. It doesn't matter. But the steering committee, to really help us move forward, we came up with definitions for equity and climate equity, and that was all from the steering committee and their input. It's, you know, it's fun. The other thing, so in terms of community outreach, the other things that we did, so we had our steering committee. The steering committee helped us identify key community members for informational interviews. So we said to them, who in your network do we need to talk to? So they would suggest someone, we would talk to that person, and then that person would suggest someone else. We kind of did this snowball interviewing, and we're able to have 10 deep dive conversations with local community leaders to talk about, you know, really everything was related to climate and energy, transportation, and waste. Then we also did, I'm going to bump down to the community survey. The committee helped us develop language for the survey, and we distributed that through their help, and we got over 250 responses. Nearly 40% of the responses were in Spanish. So we made the survey available in 3 different languages. The steering committee also told us we needed to start translating things into French to help our local Senegalese population. Had very few French surveys, 40% Spanish, which was really great. We were very happy to have that participation. And then finally, we partnered with Colorado Mountain College and their English as a Second Language program. And we did focus groups with over 100 English language learners last spring semester. And we offered live interpretation so that everybody there could speak the language they were most comfortable with. And again, ask them about, you know, how do you use energy at home? What are your bills like? Do you rent? Do you own your home? And even though we were we, in the background, this was for us, was for the climate equity plan. We approached all of these conversations about how does this impact your life? We talked about climate change, but we really didn't want that to be the overarching focus of these conversations. We really wanted to learn, what are the challenges that you face with respect to these three sectors so that we could take that input back to our steering committee. And so that's exactly what we did. We did all of this engagement. We went back to the steering committee. We said, here's what we heard. Here are the barriers we identified. Now this isn't working at all. Here are the barriers we identified. And then with that information, we were able to come up with a list of strategies that is designed to minimize those barriers and increase participation in programs. Some of the barriers I'll share with you, they probably are not very surprising. They are things that we assumed that you might hear through other community planning processes, but we're talking about convenience and access. Language is a major barrier. Affordability and cost is a barrier. Homeownership is a barrier. There are a lot of programs that we have available for homeowners that aren't available for renters. And so how do we make sure that renters, have access to programs that help them? Or if a homeowner does something, how do we make sure that the homeowner doesn't pass off on the cost of, say, a home energy efficiency improvement to their renters? So we're thinking about increasing equity for all types of tenants in homes. Safety is another one that came up, especially related to transportation and walkability, and things like that. So these are kind of the key barriers we identified. And so from those, like I said, we developed this list of strategies, and I'll briefly talk about them in each sector. Thank you, appreciate it. So we talk about energy efficiency a lot when we come to visit you all in council. And so what we've heard from folks is that they want to make their homes energy efficient, but even if they're kind of middle income, it's hard for folks to have even a few $1,000s lying around to be able to invest in their home. So this is something we were able to take early action on. Thanks to Town of Frisco and the funding you already give HC3, we were able to increase our rebates for our Energy Smart Colorado program this year. And we used to cover only half of the cost of people's projects up to a set amount. Now we're paying for all of it. We say we will pay for 100% of your project, up to $4,000 if you income qualify, because we want you to get this done. It helps the town meet its own energy action plan goals. It helps us meet carbon reduction goals. And it's a big benefit to our community members. We're also talking a lot about heat pumps. So can you spot the heat pump in this picture? You can see, do you have your mouse? Can you mouse around it? So that white unit in her living room, that's her indoor unit of her heat pump. And this is a resident of Manitoba. She's got a heat pump at over 10,000 feet and it works great. But we know that they're expensive. And so helping folks, especially this family heated with wood or other families that heat with propane, or even existing electric baseboard heat where their bills are quite expensive, we can help them make that switch. Their energy bill will go down, and that's a great thing. And also the carbon impact of their home heating will go down. Finally, and this is a theme that recurs throughout everything, is we need to be more intentional about creating multilingual and multicultural outreach material for all of our programs. And that doesn't mean just straight word for word translating, but it means working with our steering committee and saying, how do we talk about this in a way that resonates with folks? A lot of these are easier said than done, but this is what we're going to be working towards. So with transportation, we heard a lot about multimodal connectivity. What does that mean? Kind of a wonky word. And that means just, making sure that walking is safe and accessible, that biking is safe and accessible, and that people have good transit options, that bus stops are safe to access and well lit, especially in wintertime when the sun goes down earlier. There are sidewalks to access our bus infrastructure and things like that. Finally, and this is something that you are all also already doing through a pilot project, and so we hope other communities follow suit, developing an electric vehicle car share program. For folks who can't afford electric cars or in places where maybe the bus service isn't as convenient, this is a great opportunity not only to give people access to transportation, but also to give them access to electric transportation, which we know can be more expensive up front as well. And then finally with waste, and again, this is something that Town of Frisco is already working on. A lot of it comes down to convenient access. People wanted to be able to recycle and compost where they live. So adopting pay as you throw and universal recycling is a really key strategy for making this happen. And again, you will see the multilingual and multicultural education materials. Along with this is folks want to see themselves represented in programs, right? And so we're being mindful about making sure when we do photo shoots and things like that, we're including everybody who participates in our programs, because it's not just people who look like me, it's everybody. And so we want to make sure they see themselves in our program marketing too, so they can participate. Okay, so where do we go from here? Our steering committee is now becoming an equity working group. Everybody in the committee decided that they didn't want the planning process to be the end of this conversation for them. So they all committed to participating in a working group moving forward so they can help us so that they can guide the implementation of these strategies. We're actually getting together next month on November 21st as our first post-planning meeting so they can help prioritize what to do next. And we can identify some low-hanging fruit things to move forward on. I already mentioned our changes to Energy Smart Colorado, and we're hoping that we can continue to do that. We also are hoping to piggyback with IRA federal funding coming down, that's the Inflation Reduction Act, to really kind of incentivize heat pumps. Other things we're talking about in the background, but that didn't make it on this slide, things that we are researching in the background is talking to folks, specifically engineers, about the potential for solar panels on parking lots and solar covered parking. And that was something that came up in a meeting recently, and then there was some hesitation because of plowing in the wintertime. So we want to talk to engineers and see, you know, what's the optimum installation angle and placement of this so we could still maintain plowing. And Denver has a great program where it installs solar parking lots, and then those are used as solar gardens for their low-income community members. And we would love to do something like that up here. So there's strategies that are written in the plan, and then we also have things that we're trying to think about how can we make that happen here. And then, like I said, we want to increase opportunity for representation across all of our programs. Ultimately, we will be successful if everyone in Summit County feels welcome to participate in HCC's program and comfortable to pick up the phone and call us. And then that means that we're able to answer at the other end and help that community member, no matter what language they speak. The ultimate goal, and this work is going to take a lot of time and continued relationship building and effort on our part, but we are excited to make it a reality because we recognize that we have an opportunity to not only toward our climate action goals and reduce emissions, but we also have an opportunity to help our neighbors at the same time. And that would be a really wonderful thing. So with that, we'll just add that we're starting the first presentation this evening. We'll be sharing this plan with the other local governments that adopted the initial climate action plan, and hopefully you all are willing to be supportive of this work moving forward.
Anyone have any questions? Awesome, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, no, not a question, just a statement. So we adopted the plan that is a formal plan for the town of Frisco. Boy, I almost had a Freudian slip there. And so are you looking for us, so it is a question, looking for us to adopt this in the same way?
We would love that. I understand that you certainly all need to read it before you would do that to make sure that there's nothing in there. But I think Jeff Cooper will become who knows what in town of Frisco. Certainly would love you all to read it first, but that would be the ultimate. That would be wonderful. Have it in your inbox as soon as I can.
Cool. Well, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nothing else. We'll keep moving.
Good job.
That's just. Agenda item number 2 is our 2023 paid parking and enforcement.
Really? 2 years.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
High school is the next week. Or see.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Jeez. Totally just up there on the next.
See the rest.
It's to be back. Just. Aware challenge for parents. Yeah. Yeah, that's what she's going to.
People.
Yeah, we put you there on purpose. We should make some cups.
Just 20 minutes.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
You're letting us.
Yes, Gary probably will. Potentially.
At least there's choir. At least there's choir.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's okay. You're good. Excuse me. One more.
Well, we're only not on time, right?
Oh, good, yeah.
No, I know. That's like. Yeah.
Hurricane up
Been a little while. Go through my slides pretty quick here. All right. Should we go here?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, good afternoon. We have a few folks from Interstate Parking here this evening, and we're gonna go with paid parking and enforcement review. Shelby, Garrett, and Jess from Interstate are here. We'll be talking to you in just a little bit. Just gonna kind of do a recap on parking. See, I'm already slept. Oh. We'll go in.
So see these little arrows down here?
Uh-huh.
That'll help you.
Oh, okay, perfect. That's good. Sounds good. Okay, so, basically, kind of the parking history and what we were seeing and the reason to go with the parking management. These are some of the issues we were looking at the marina, and Main Street as well. Overcrowding, minimal turnover. There's safety concerns at the marina. There's no pedestrian pathways. People walk in the roadways. So when you have cars circling around in a really busy parking system, it becomes a safety issue. The staffing and resources, basically with Interstate and their parking ambassadors on the ground, they help with marina staff and kind of directing traffic and getting people in the right direction. And on Main Street, there's always been enforcement on Main Street, but the police didn't have the officers and resources to get and control Main Street. So it's kind of the history and the reason why to go with the parking management system. Let's see. So the goals of the parking management were to encourage the turnover, minimize traffic, maximize revenue for business. The Main Street enforcement, basically 7 blocks on Main Street are enforced from Madison Ave to 7th Ave. Parking on Main Street is free. There's a 3-hour time limit, and this is enforced year round, except for the months of April and October. Shows that picture because that's what we see in tomorrow morning. That's one thing. It's unfortunate. So this is the parking kind of overview system at the marina. Anything circled there in blue are 4 main parking lots that are paid managed parking. So just over 320 spaces there. Yeah, so about four parking lots. So paid parking, kind of the details more on the marina side here. Pretty much everything in 2023 was about the same as it was in 2022, our first year of the program. A couple exceptions being a holiday premium rate. It's $20 for the first 3 hours, and then yeah, and then also season parking passes. The difference there is that the parking folks had to be in the parking the farm stand lot Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays, and then also on the weekends. So. All right. So basically some of the feedback, last couple of years of the program, Interstate Parking Ambassadors, we're talking about customer service partners. Basically what we're meaning by that is the extra people on the ground, these parking ambassadors and the management team here as well. They do a lot to help wayfind, for wayfinding, answering commonly asked questions from visitors, and assisting marina staff with kind of traffic control and parking control, and also on Main Street with the monitoring for violations and things like that. So basically, we've seen reduced congestion, leads to a safe and positive experience. Turnover for Main Street has increased 30%, With that increase, local businesses are gonna see more business. With more business, there's more revenue for the town as far as sales tax and things. And then there's just more accessibility to business. The $75 parking violation, just want to kind of point out, that violation was not set up by Interstate. That's actually in our town code. That's a town assessed fee for that parking violation. We did have some visitors comment on the higher holiday parking rates. We have had some season pass holder feedback that they're less supportive of parking in the fruit stand lot on the weekends and holidays. And then we did have comments that the fruit stand parking lot was full during peak times, so there's confusion where to park. So that's kind of just a quick overview. I don't know if there's any questions, concerns about.
So are you saying that the fruit stand lot has been full and so like slip holders haven't been able to find parking?
So that's what we've heard from pass holders, is that it's filled out. And by the time they went down to the lower lots, there was nothing there, so. I think sometimes it's what is full, full to some folks like, is it full? But yes, we've got the feedback that comes from.
And if the fruit stand lot is full, it's hard to imagine that the premium parking in the lower lots is not full
Yeah,
on
those-
those same days.
Right. That's the feedback we got. And then, without any other questions or concerns there, I'll turn it over to Steve. Get your slide going.
You mentioned the $75 parking violation. Is the time frame on which that needs to be paid also in town code, or is that the 10-day?
10-day deal.
So is that in town code, or is that a practice of Interstate?
So without payment, it doubles within 10 days. Your violation, what is the violation?
So 250 after 10 days there. So we're setting the fee, but the doubling in 10 days is a practice, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's kind of the norm, if that's something you want to look at, we're going to.
Okay. Trying to understand.
Right.
Where we,
Yeah, sure. No,
where the, yeah, okay.
circle back around.
Oh, yes.
Trying to clear.
Yeah, I think overall, like what I was saying, we see a discernible impact on safety down there. And when it's 75 cents a half hour, generally somebody stays up to 3 hours for $4.50 is pretty reasonable rate for Summit County for parking. So I think the good thing is it's become a much safer place to enjoy the marina. The cost on the average transaction is, I think the last time I looked at was about $380, which I think is pretty good, pretty fair, and very good turnover on peak days, well over 3. I think we saw 5 on some days. Talking about the marina, and then talking on Main Street, the 30% increase in usage, I think is phenomenal for businesses. I think that had a really great impact on the community. So overall, I think, our perspective is, we're very open to always making changes based on feedback. And I think, through a year or two, we're very happy with the program and the bigger picture of what it accomplished. And, as everybody knows, we're very receptive to making changes to, make it work for everyone.
Yes, I don't know, we can go through slides, there's a lot of them, or we can actually just like maybe do an open forum discussion, or just kind of make better for the use of time. So maybe like hit on different points that you've heard about and maybe kind of scroll.
Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Great.
This is kind of a cool technology that we brought in. Basically started in Breck, I think Frisco was their second.
Yeah, just go a second.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's on the website, so you can literally click and you get all kinds of information about Frisco in terms of, transit, and anything and everything that might be occurring, not so much transit. Yeah, it's been really great for people to find parking. And the usage has been phenomenal. We expect it to get bigger and bigger over time. So you're wondering where to park in Frisco, it's all on the website and it's GPS coordinates. And, it's pretty cool. It's been really well received.
Yeah, we wanted to create a solution that currently wasn't out there. For example, trying to look at one map for, say, like trailheads, another map for the bus system, another one for parking. And, it was so much that we actually created this customized technology and we can make it say whatever you would like. So if you want to add different points of interest, get rid of certain things, add it, we can update it very, very quickly, real-time updates to guests, and they can get any sort of information that they would like. So essentially solving not only the whole parking mobility, lack of information or, consolidated information problem, but it also can provide as much information regarding Frisco as you want it to.
That's something we should maybe focus on.
Yeah.
Is that a kiosk or is that on the app?
So on the website.
But it works on your phone too,
Yeah,
and
so-
you can click on one of the locations and it actually has a GPS link. So if you are on your phone, it'll automatically open Apple Maps, Google Maps, Waze, whatever you have it programmed to, and it'll lead you right there.
And we're using Dillon also, Breckenridge, and Keystone, so it's kind of a universal experience for the area. So it's just going to get bigger and bigger. We do a lot of search analytics on our website, and usage is going through. So as people understand it and its value, it's pretty cool.
You gotta charge an extra for that service that comes along with.
It's included in our
But
totally everything.
if we were to inundate you with a bunch of information.
The beauty is, we do all the website and this internally, so inundate us as much as you want. Because, we're pretty receptive and for us, it's a great tool, so the more it gets used, the better for everyone.
So what kind of things do towns put on there?
EV charging, for example, is a big one. So, you come in here with your Tesla and you have no idea where you go to get charged. Washrooms is massive. Shuttle stops, trailheads, anything and anything, the things that we all know. That when you're coming here for the first time and all of a sudden you're on the parking website for an arena and all of a sudden you're getting all this additional information. Oh, you know what? I can go on Main Street and park for 3 hours for free. Oh, after I go paddleboarding, I'm gonna go up on Main Street and go to the restaurant because I know now it's free. I know there's parking. So it keeps evolving and multiplying. It's pretty cool.
How about water sources to fill your water bottle?
That's a really good one. I don't think we have that.
Oh, but you should send me that information. I can get it added immediately.
We can implement that in part on the Frisco website, and it's already seen almost 4,000 views. So it's like,
Yeah, so, and I guess that's a good point, everything we do is included in a new split, so everything you see that we do, whether it's the website or staffing, something like this. It's all part of our solution, so we're constantly looking for new ideas, like, for example, the Tap and Explore QR code payment. We were the first ones to do that 3 years ago, so we're always looking for new ideas. Ultimately, we want to make it better for the customer.
I think one thing maybe in this short work session is we could go over what you recommend for 2024,
Sure.
and then we could see kind of where everyone. Also, what we do 2024 is that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I want to make sure we answer any questions. That's probably the biggest thing. So that everything's going away on anything outstanding. So.
I think most folks have some questions. So to your point, Logan, is let's knock off recommendations for next year and then we'll come on back to other stuff.
Sure.
Try to go from.
Yeah.
Use that. So one of the recommendations that we have, and we'll just kind of bounce between the three of us on different aspects, but that we saw a lot, and we actually tried to do it this year a little bit with Logan, but just due to different I guess storage locations and projects going on, but having a designated place for employees to park where it's guaranteed parking for the employees, but it's not impacting any of the guests or any turnover happening at the marina. And the original thing for that was the B2, the storage lot, due to just which is obviously going on this year. It was not able to happen, but that's something that we would like to work with Logan and maybe start that project a little earlier, maybe even into the winter to see if maybe start coming in, we can figure out employees in there to give the most amount of spaces to guests in the marina, which would give quite a bit more spaces. You know, season permit holders, general, anyone.
If people want to party or parking, employees, you think?
I don't know if you have the data from the.
Yeah, it depends on the day of the week, obviously. But we've seen anywhere from like, you know, lower 15s to up to like over like mid 20s to high 20s, which
For employees.
yeah. Yeah, so, and that's even, you know, I know the tiki bar crew was authorized to park right in front of their dumpsters, but not everyone necessarily could fit into that area. So we had that as well on top of the marina staff and boats. So, like I said, that number could be drastically lower depending on the day of the week and the weather, but on those peak days, we did see a high number of employees.
And that's all the concessionaires down there. It's not just the island, but also your traditional paddle tours. There's a new historical boat tour operator down there. Rowing club, I don't, you know, rowing club is fucking. But anyway, it's more than the island rail. We need one water concessionaire.
Yeah, so one thing we thought about too is maybe we see Saturdays at the marina are obviously packed, right? So maybe we look at maybe taking the peak rate for holiday weekend and implementing that on Saturdays. Therefore, that turnover is continuously happening because you're really staying there on a Saturday for $4.75 for 3 hours. Whereas that's really has no motivation for turn. Therefore, also like slip holders and everyone has access, we're just constantly turning and the B1 spot may not be full in that regard. That was one of the recommendations we always saw was like Saturdays, sometimes Fridays, but Saturdays was truly the day. So just a recommendation from what we saw from this past season.
What is the holiday again?
So 20 for 3 hours.
$3 for 3 hours for $20, and then you can purchase additional 30 minutes for $5, just so you can continue your session.
Because then, like, for instance, on like Labor Day, we saw the stalls turning like 3 or 4 times, whereas on a Saturday, around 2, maybe 1.8.
We also talked about maybe making a different, like, differences in the season parking passes. Right now, it's just $99 all the days, but on weekends, so Friday through Sunday, as well as holiday periods, you can park in the B1 lot. We were thinking maybe there might be some opportunity for differentiating, maybe like a Monday through Thursday non-holiday parking pass versus the entire time, and maybe even doing some incorporations of, you know, a higher price for being able to park if you want to park right. You know, different tiers, essentially different options. So those are available with our solution. So anything that you think might accommodate, I know there's, you know, obviously different user groups within even those who are season permit holders, so.
Yeah, so the idea on that is that during peak times, there's a premium for it because obviously there's a lot of space. So it also motivates turnover. So a lot of the ski resorts that we operate, like Monday to Thursday, yeah, cost is very reasonable because we've got space. So that's kind of the idea here is how do you go lower than the $99 Monday to Thursday and look at the Friday to Sunday and holiday rate because of the fact that you want to get that turn and get the usage, because really what we see with the marina is the usage on weekends, Fridays and holidays is mind blowing, mind blowing. On a beautiful day, it's mind blowing, anything you can do to try and get people to enjoy it and then move on. It just benefits everybody. It allows more people to go paddleboarding, sit on the beach, with the tiki bar. And have a good experience.
Everyone good with the recommendations, at least that what they are, not just that we understand what those are. With that, Hunter, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Rick. Sorry, joining you from outer space, everyone. I guess a question I would have probably more for council is, and it was based on a comment that was said just a minute ago, but are we truly achieving what we want, seeing some of this information with the B1 lot, and the idea of motivating people to, they park at the marina, pay, and then see that then they can move their car just up to Main Street for another 3 hours for free? Are we creating more traffic and more incentive for people? And I know we're trying to get turnover in parking spots at the marina, but particularly looking at the use of the B1 lot, is there maybe potentially more benefit for overall the town for reduction in traffic and short, senseless trips within people's cars if we looked at the B1 lot more as kind of our day-long parking lot, and then the north and south lot and trailhead lot more as those kind of shorter term, higher turnover places? Because to me, we're kind of got conflicting values with our, the last talk a little bit with the climate plan, some climate equity things and everything else of, okay, well, they paid for 3 hours, but now we're going to force them to move and drive 100 yards, 200 yards to park for free again to still be in the same place. And are we doing the best service for the overall community and traffic reduction and safety of pedestrian, multimodal use and vehicles with that setup? And I just wonder if that's something we want to continue doing. And if so, I'm good with it, but it seems a little counterproductive to some of our bigger goals.
Something I've noticed along with what Hunter just mentioned is we spent a fair amount of time at the marina, particularly on boats with people that owned boats who parked in the fruit stand lot. But because of the amount of people in gear, we would drive down, drop people off, drive back. Sometimes we made 2-3 trips back and forth just through the marina with all of our stuff, just to get everybody and everything. Like, I just felt silly doing it. And that's, I'm just making that comment off of what Hunter just said, but I have my own thoughts about others and boat folks, possibly giving them 10 spaces up front that are first come, first serve, and they work with your $99 pass, and offering something to people that there's just a lot that goes into getting on a boat. And I noticed it a lot this summer, just with the amount of things that people bring. There weren't, it was hard to find carts a lot of the times, like people kind of manipulate them or whatever, people were using them. Monopolize. So I just wonder if I don't even know exactly how I feel about the premium pass. But I think my big concern is maybe amending or shifting our view for the slip holders and offering them 10 spaces that are up front. First come, first serve basis. If you don't get there, you don't get there. But I don't know. I felt foolish this summer just with the types of people and different groups of people that I had with me.
But aren't they always going to the roundabout and dropping everything off there? Well, it is so much stuff, right? Like, you're not carrying it from parking spot. You're dropping off there and then going to parking, right?
If you had a parking spot, you would carry it from the parking spot. If you don't have a parking spot, it's
Well, but you're saying there's so much stuff for. That's why I'm confused. If there's like when I go paddleboarding, I pull up there, drop off my stuff and go and park. So that's what I'm asking. If the boat slip owners do that, or they carry from all their stuff going?
It's a combination and I think for my particular situation, it was maybe people that, because we would drive all the way down. We didn't go to like the roundabout. We were going all the way down and dropping people off. People that had mobility issues, just different things. I feel like, yeah, because then if you forget something, you know, I mean, you guys have been great communicators. I dropped off a crew and I dropped them off and they took off with my backpack, which had my wallet. By the time I caught up with everybody and you guys probably remember me emailing me. But by the time I got back to my car, I had a ticket because it took more than 30 minutes. But I guess what I'm trying to, I don't know, I think that I would like to offer 10 spaces to slip holders because they are already investing in our marina. And after what I saw this summer, with just different types of people that come and go and the different types of gear that you need for different types of mobility, different sizes of people, blind people, it's just a lot easier. I think it's a service that I would want to offer slip holders.
Cool. I'm gonna go down the list of recommendations and I'll put that some direction if you're good with that.
I have a question, of interstate related to what Hunter was talking about, and that is, do you guys see, or do you have patterns of behavior between the license plates that you enter into the system at the marina and who ends up on Main Street? Like, can you tell us that story? Like, is what Hunter describing, besides the turnover of one stall, are you seeing them then park 5 times on Main Street? Like, is that, and if you're not, is that something that we could see? Because I'm not convinced that people are just doing what, I don't think that it's the problem that he's describing, but if it is, then he's right, there's an issue. But I'm not convinced that
We didn't get any. We didn't hear of that from anyone, so I don't think it's not something we've quantified to date, but I think we found that the 3 hours is a good time frame to spend at the marina, you know, generally for people like, we just had an employee thing on, we rented a pontoon boat. And we planned to go for 3 hours, everybody was done after about 2 hours, right, so, you know, going beyond the 3 hours, I don't think it's a big issue, it's something we can look at. I mean, Shelby, you're managing all the customer service and feedback, I don't think you ever heard of it.
Never heard of anything like.
well, and you're not limited to 3 hours, you can pay for more time,
Right.
you're not kicked out and towed after
Right.
3 hours.
Yeah, so,
Stay as long as you
I
want.
mean, we can pull some stats on that next year to see how many plates actually. Again, the Main Street, I don't think it's big.
Because I would, so back to Hunter's comment about having a spot for all day parking so that people can get out and enjoy town by foot. I would not want to give up the marina spot for that purpose. Like, if we need that somewhere, and I'm not convinced that we need it, I don't think it should be B1. It should be, we should look at other places. Because I do think that the marina is so, like, there is a very designated purpose for being there. And while there are diverse user groups who have different needs, I would not want to sacrifice that kind of real estate just to give people.
I feel like that's why they implemented paid parking. Right?
To not, right, yeah. Yeah, but to Hunter's point, if we're doing nothing but turning people over, are we driving them other places where they're gonna have to turn over and turn over and turn over again?
Sure.
Forcing them to drive everywhere else, basically.
But I'm not sure that story is actually playing out.
Yeah, I think that's something we just need to keep an eye on. And I think you're probably right, Jesse, and I trust the interstate crew's feedback, but I think it's just something, as we move forward and get ever busier, I think it's something we should be aware of a growing future problem. And if we can track it somehow to get that story, as you said, is a good
Definitely
point.
look at that next year.
Yep.
For Sure.
Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, no worries, you guys. So we are 7 minutes out. So we want to respect coming back to the $75 fee, which is a town ordinance process. Does anyone want to speak to that right now?
Sure, yeah, what I've heard from people who have been thinking of it all, $75 is understandable. But the 10 days to pay and then it doubling straight away is unreasonable. For everyone who I've talked to that's got the ticket, that has been the situation. For the most part, you get a bill and you get 30 days to pay it. That's sort of the norm. We don't get paid for what we do, but for 30 or 60 days out, and so I would be in favor of extending that time frame 10 days before it doubles to 30 days. That's where
That's not a problem.
I was gonna go one or the other, either the dollar signs or the.
right.
I guess
Do you want me to keep going or do you want to?
No, let's keep going, and then I just want to take off the list and.
the only thing I would say on that, we just need to check the ordinance. What it says.
Right.
Just about 75 or about other issues?
Other issues.
Okay, I would, I think it's basically working really pretty well, and your people are definitely good. I talk to them a lot as they're walking up and down, and good job hiring that much staff. There are definitely, as soon as we get into slow times of the year and all this sort of thing, I see these guys walking around like there's barely anybody parked here, and we're enforcing when I don't think we necessarily need to be. Which is just that, I think the dates are April and
October,
April and
could we
October.
change it to November instead of October?
I'm sure we could do whatever we want that way. I would be in favor.
Thanksgiving weekend.
Here.
Thanksgiving weekend? Black Friday and.
Oh, I don't experience that. I feel like November is like the slowest.
Could you like October 15th to November?
Right, you
Something like that, but
Thanksgiving.
I mean, I don't know, pretty slow in my room.
and just, I feel that the slip holders or the marina users should have a somewhat unique position because they're vested down there. They pay, even though it's not our top earning revenue out of the marina. These particular people have more vested than anybody else. Going to the Tiki Bar, going to the beach and everything else. And that's me, right? I'm not voting. But I have worked in marinas growing up, and we have a unique situation of the park and the marina. And balancing this is where we're at. It's what we're trying to figure out. But for the most part, hardcore boaters need a place to park that's not too far away so they can unload your stuff. Get down there. You got to. I mean, it takes a while to get back up from your boat to even the first parking spaces, let alone. And we don't offer enough concierge type service in order for that to really work, which would be like enough carts to be going back and forth. Like they're not there, and or an employee, that wouldn't be you, that would be us. To be, it's almost like a bellman, they can help you get down to your boat, you tip them $20 and it's actually great service for anybody who's boating. So yeah, with that, I would agree with Liz. I think 10 spaces are easy to give to boaters. And once it's full, it's full. Often sailboaters are there much more than 3 hours. That's the way it is when you sail out, you're gonna sail back.
A lot of work. to get
It's
in
an
and out.
it's a time investment. You can't always just bail at 2 hours.
You don't have to leave.
You're talking about different things here. You're talking about a season pass holder who, or I guess maybe I'm unclear as to what you're talking about, because there's boaters, there's the season pass holders who could be anything.
So
Yeah.
with that, I would say season pass holders get the first 10 spaces. Because I would also venture to say that a majority of the season pass holders are boats.
Sure,
And or, you know, any type of boat, right?
but
I don't
then
know anybody.
for the very reason that they're staying there longer, giving them the premium spot just because they have a bunch of stuff to haul down to the river, like. Man, I wish I got that kind of treatment at BLM boat ramps, like that would be awesome.
Customer service 101, just like golf.
Yeah.
You know, boating is in the same, genre as say golf. And, you know, we are a customer service organization. And, you know, we've already had our issues of what we offer, or what we don't offer, or what we take away from the people that are vested this way. You know, that are paying in a heck of a lot more than.
I would be in favor of the 10 spots if they paid a premium season pass. But for $99 to just carve out 10 premium spots down there because they're gonna be there all day is not, that, to me, that doesn't. That,
I mean,
that doesn't hit the mark for me,
would we-
so the premium pass, that makes a lot more sense.
And what the premium pass,
340 something,
how much?
349.
349?
So I'm just wondering if there's a way to include it in their boat slip. I don't know. I mean, how much is a boat slip? Like $2,000?
We were from just under 1,400 to over 2,000.
Okay. So they're already spending $1,400 to
You
$2,000.
get a boat parking spot, like they are paying for something that they are getting above and beyond anybody else there. So it's not that they're paying this out of the goodness of their heart. They are literally renting a spot where they need to park their boat. So they're paying for something that they are receiving in return. Whereas the rest of this is it's a public park that everyone should have access to. So I don't see why some getting treatment at a different rate.
It's not a park, it's a marina in my mind. You know, I don't see it as a restaurant. I don't see it as a park. I use it as a marina. And I've been around a lot of marinas, and typically people that have a boat slip have some sort of parking lot that they use. And we're taking that, we've already taken that away.
We've bumped them up to B1. But
But, you know,
it's really just what level of customer service are we willing to provide the people that are vested in our town? You know, these are higher level stakeholders than anybody else going down there.
so if we have 300.
And they still have to buy the burger at the tiki.
How do you justify that, Andy? Like the people who are going down with their families to have a picnic on the beach have just as much stuff and are just as invested stakeholders in our community. Owning a boat does not make you an invested stakeholder in our community in any way that I see. I would be all in support that we have 10 season pass holder spots for any season pass holder, but
No, you're not getting a slip in return. You're getting,
Yeah.
you are literally buying something that you are getting in return. So
Level of customer service do we want to offer as the organization that's offering that? And that's it, you know, you guys can.
We have.
Fun, how about let's just.
And then we built the beach and the park and the restaurant. The marina has always been there. You feel like folks that have been utilizing our marina for many, many years have helped us create that whole world down there just by being ambassadors of Frisco Marina. By putting their boats there, we are, you know, that's a relationship that we should pay a little bit more attention to, I guess.
Is everyone good to? Good, great, back and forth, that was awesome. Ready to go through the list?
I thought we were going through the list. He's gonna have something to say if she could get to word.
No, I feel a little bit like you're making the golf analogy, and I feel a little bit like we're talking about a public course, not a country club.
Sure.
And there's a difference, and I don't believe that people are parking and then taking all of their gear and walking to the boat. They're driving down, dropping their stuff off and going to the parking spot. And so I guess I just have a hard time with Why is an extra 50 feet?
It's not 50 feet.
And every situation and every individual is different and
Yeah.
people have different needs
That's for
getting
sure.
to and from their boat. And to assume that everybody has the same capabilities and the same ability group.
No, not at all. I mean, if you have. There are designated spots for people who have limitations, right?
Well.
Yes, but if you're, yeah, but if you're somebody who's handicapped or you have a different family structure with, you know, I don't want to go through all the examples of what that would look like, but I can. I think that it is,
We have a handicap sticker.
not everyone has a handicap sticker. And I feel like it's, I don't know, I guess in my mind, I think it's assumptive to think that everybody has the same capabilities to get
But
into
that's-
the.
Liz, I hear what you're saying, but that's gonna be the same for any user, whether they're going to their kayak, their rowing shell, the playground, the beach. And it's not like we have dedicated spots at Walter Byron for the people just using the playground. And if you want to use the grass, you can't park at Walter Byron. Right? Like, it's a community park, accessible to all. And
We have
I think we need to look at that.
320 spaces. What's the big deal with 10 spaces, I guess, for people that buy slips?
You should be aware that if we did this, your slip holders will all be happy.
Let me
No,
Instead of-
would be happy and then
No,
the
no,
people
no.
would be frustrated that they don't get the.
For the Elton Club at Cotton, which is a similar thing, it's a slip, Cotton, right? It comes with only 3 spaces and Copper only takes benefits away as we go every year. Now we're down to 3 spaces. It used to be you'd get a parking pass anywhere, right? And the perception of those that are paying in, that are paying our revenue, is that we are more concerned about beachgoers than boaters, period. You know, that's their perception, you know, and that is what it, again, like, I don't even think we have to belabor this
No.
too much, right? Are we willing to give voters a little extra there or not? If we're not, then that's your
Are
choice.
we making it?
You know.
So we're gonna give direction on these recommendations going forward for the summer. So let me get back to the list.
Yeah.
We haven't even gotten to the list yet on my mind, Justin. So that's where I came from.
Gotcha.
So we started with the bottom of the list. So let me just catch up. As far as the fee goes, that's in the ordinance. We're gonna leave that the way it is unless we want to address the ordinance amongst us. We are gonna go from 10 days to 30 days. This conversation is now specifically on, are we looking at the 10 slip holder spaces? What I'm hearing is we have split 3-3 with no direction.
And-
Yes.
Is that,
And so what do? We just come back to that later? How does that work?
We could bring it up another time with.
Where do you? It sounds like we don't have time to do this.
Okay, sorry, I had to count them.
No. Totally cool. So I think that's a non-action right now. We can revisit it in the future if we want.
Maybe.
Yeah, or at least in.
Yeah,
at least an odd number.
Yeah.
and to be clear, I'm willing to give up those spaces, but I just don't think for the $99 rate that's. So I'm willing to do that. I just don't think 99 is. The answer.
I mean, and I would also ask that I'm not cool. I mean, I guess I didn't get a chance to offer this, but $75, I would like to lower that and extend the time, you know? Yeah.
And that's an ordinance that we can take on individually. Or not
Yes,
as the town
Yeah.
opposed to these guys.
but, yeah. I mean. Yeah, I think we have to think about.
Quick question on the mayor being the tiebreaker, can the mayor be the tie? And then that's creating the tie?
Isn't it, as far as giving direction of voting, it's just like every council member.
Yeah. Okay.
Even number of people.
So to So I'm at no direction on that right now, unless you wanted to talk in depth about costs. And that would change your, we can do that later.
I mean, it doesn't, I don't have to
Perfect, we'll do it.
put a number on it. I mean, I would look to these guys to make a recommendation, but. And historically, we had a higher season pass rate to start with as well. Do you guys remember what that number? 449? Same amount of,
We'd have to.
yeah, I don't remember. So,
Sorry.
I mean, maybe looking at that original number again to see if that was, reasonable, but.
I mean, just keep in mind that slip holders are already investing almost $2,000 before they even show up there.
They're getting a service for that. They're not investing.
Well, they're paying for a service before anybody goes to the beach or the park or the restaurant. They're already dedicating $2,000 to that marina before they even pull in the driveway.
So,
And I'm not in favor of raising, their parking fee. And especially if we come up with that in 6 months.
right, so Logan, can I give you direction to come back to us with some, if we're looking at these 10 spaces, what that would look like? No cost, some additional costs. I think that's really where we're at, and then perhaps different options within the cost, right? The current recommendation is, was it 350 or 349? 349. Does that make sense?
And we're not even, I'm sorry to just keep it, we're not even talking about the comments that we received, I believe, even from Mr. Luna via email, and that is just that the weekend be one lot. So you guys threw out the 10 parking spots, but really the original ask that I was contemplating was that they could just park anywhere as opposed to be one. So,
I mean, that's
so is that is that an option instead of 10 designated spots that they're all gonna have to go after?
It's to be one.
so they could.
Like.
And
But I went in the wrong direction because I thought you were saying no.
You went a different direction.
No, that's great.
No, I mean, we're going to have a discussion about that too. I just think that seems more.
Isn't that what the premium parking station? Right, I mean,
if we're at $99, we'll have to park anywhere. That's what I see we're talking about.
Right, but there's the option too of saying $99 being parked anywhere, or there are these 10 spots that you pay extra for. You want to be right there. Is that what you were saying, Tom? No.
My understanding of just the premium recommendation, and I could be wrong, was that was how you were gonna get to parking at any time, correct?
That was for the parking.
I think we need a few scenarios. I like your approach. We need more direction.
Sure.
Yeah, or more
Is that,
scenarios.
so
One challenging thing, the reserve spots, it's hard to enforce and manage. Like opening those, letting those pass holders go whenever they want, again, would be a little bit easier. So who's policing that, like marina staff that shouldn't, it'd be hard to keep 10 spots open and enforce that.
Well, I'm good with the $99, let slip holders park wherever they want. I don't want to add a premium pass because they already are putting money forward to be a part of Frisco Marina. That's just.
So,
So that's what we did in previous years, was your season pass allowed you to park anywhere. How did that work?
Changed it.
Yeah,
Being that the pass holders would have the premium spaces and sit there for probably 8 hours a day. Therefore, nothing was open for the general public that wanted to come rent or eat or whatever.
How many pass holders do we have?
and like on a given day, the percentage of people that were there 8 hours a day. Like, was it 5 people, all the people?
A chunk of the best spot, yeah, for sure.
So the reason we made the change was to say those premium spots where the person's coming from, how they can park right at the front. they can go and enjoy whatever they want to do. And then, yeah, that was really, I think, the genesis of this. Our reality is our technology will, everything you guys have discussed, we can do. So it's really up to you guys what you decide to do.
So with all the pass holders down in front, we lost turnover, would they be where that Saturday rate, that you could offset it, the higher Saturday rate?
Can we talk about the Saturday rate?
Sure.
Because I'm a little concerned as far as like making that, it is a place that people can go for free, and if we make it really expensive for them on Saturday, we're not being equitable. There's gonna be a big group of people that can't go then.
I was looking at it and wondering if there wasn't a middle ground, that the rates aren't 75 cents, but maybe a little bit more, but you're not bumping up against the $20 holiday rate. And I don't know what that price point is, but like, is there a middle ground there?
Yeah, that's another option is to look at, like, that half hour rate is very reasonable, right? So when you're talking about on a Saturday being 3 hours, it's $4.75, that's very reasonable. So you can definitely look at that too.
What about raising the rate every day for every day? I mean, just like,
Like not 75 cents, but
I mean, I don't know, like I've paid down there and it's super affordable. Like, I'm just saying it almost. I shouldn't say.
Are you trying to make it consistent between
Yeah.
weekends and weekdays?
Yes, consistency, but I just feel like. Yeah,
Well, there's definitely something to be said for consistency, because it does get confusing when you're like, I mean, if you're just showing up and you're paying on the day that you're there, fine, but if you're a frequent user and you're trying to figure out. And you're not buying the cheap $99 pass. It can be confusing when it's not consistent across the board. So there's something to be said for that, but I do think that the premium days. Or the peak days. Should warrant a little bit more.
And that is,
But not the holiday.
and that's the norm
I mean,
in the county.
and looking at this, like when you just said cheap $99 pass. But yet you're worried about the $20 weekend, like we should just not assume that anything's cheap.
it's not a cheap pass, especially for people who are paying $2,000 and we came in and said, well, now you're gonna pay another $100 just for parking.
We don't
The
know.
way we operate, the way we did it. And it's how the perception of us being a customer service based organization gives us sort of a poor look. That's what it is. It's because people's perception outweighs fact every single time. And many of their perceptions is that we're just about the money grab. That's the perception. Take that however you want to take that. Sure. That's what I've heard plenty of.
So Hunter, can you weigh in on the 10 spaces versus $99 park anywhere?
I mean, personally, I'm fine with the 10 spaces if they're for any pass holder. I'm good with that, but not a specific select group of people. And I don't know why we'd go backwards on the park anywhere. We changed that to address a problem of customer service where people who were coming to rent a pontoon boat couldn't get there for their reservation because they had no place to park because everything was full. So I don't see why we would go backwards. So I'm fine with 10 spaces if they're for everybody. If they're not for everybody with the season pass, then I'm not supportive of it. And I think we changed our system for the positive to provide a better experience for all users with the parking system from this summer. And I don't think we've been presented with a reason that we have a problem to change that. So I wouldn't really support changing that at this time.
So with that, do you guys have any thoughts on the 10 changes on this 10? Well, I guess we already have direction.
We're not doing this.
We're putting it off at this point, but
Right.
yeah.
But we have to see what options are there. Logan, does that make sense as far as, I guess it's gonna come down to, is that for everyone or is that a premium pass? Is what I'm hearing. Is that what?
I'm not in favor of a premium pass.
Sure.
Logan and I
Just so you
were,
know.
we were talking earlier, those who got the season parking pass aren't necessarily slip holders, like 59%. So if you were to look, you know, like 100, so, you know. That if the town was the.
So more involved would be another.
Like. Can you say that again? And it's, of the people who purchased the season parking pass this year, only 59% were slip holders. Meaning there's still about 40% of people who just are like with paddle boarders or, you know, whatever they're doing. So if you have that thing, just this to think about. So if you have those 10 spaces and like what Hunter was talking about, if you make them 4 different season parking pass holders, that could mean someone who is a slip holder could take that front spot instead of the slip holder. So
That's all on the other side of the arena. You know, it's for the best players, you know, and they will be there earlier. I mean, that is the case. There are other people who have written in and we've seen those letters too. You know, how they have an issue once they go past their time, but yeah, the 10 spaces I see more as mooring and slip holders and boat, the boat rental guys, because they're walking out of the same place, they're working on the same area.
So we had decided the 10 spaces was not a good plan.
No, you have a split council.
Yeah.
Even split council right now.
Oh, yeah, okay. But I thought we were,
If we go that route.
it's not really.
Yeah, so there's 100, so out of 200 season pass holders, 120. To think about it that way.
Right, but not mooring holders. You're
Right.
counting in there and
Sure. Sure,
SUP, Iraq and.
right, totally.
You know,
So Logan, you're good on the 10 spacers, you'll come back. And then, so. The holiday rate, we talked about that, we're good with the holiday rate on holidays, but not creating weekends.
That's where I'm.
Would you be okay? I mean, Jesse suggested some differential rate for weekends. Other than the holiday rate, so something between what our weekday rate is. And the holiday rate, should we come back with a suggestion?
Yeah.
And
And I think the other thing, like you said, you should look at it, we're at the one, but. When you're talking about the half hour rate, right, it's very reasonable. Extremely reasonable, like it's for Summit County, it's very, reasonable.
so Logan, if you're gonna look at the weekend rates, look at the everyday rate,
Yeah.
the half hour.
The half hour rate, I would really, yeah.
So we're good on Memorial Day, talked about that. A midweek premium pass, anyone?
I mean,
A midweek and premium season pass parking.
So the idea there is what you try and do is motivate more people to use the marina Monday to Thursday with a more reasonable season pass. If your season pass is staying at $99, it's pretty hard to do that because $99 is so reasonable. So that's why you would have a premium, and that's what we do. In a lot of scenarios, just to try and get more people to use a facility on Monday to Thursday, because we always see it, we see it here, there's always space, so.
Yep, everyone's good not doing that, okay. Continue to have the employees over at the B2 lot.
Employees, you're gonna figure out what we're doing.
Yeah. We're good with that one. Keep it as is.
and or the additional effort to try and get them. What you were talking about at the beginning, right? Is there still an opportunity to have employees park
In
in the
the
storage event or like, you know?
storage yard, it's gonna be a project, it's gonna take while we're very tight on space and sort of keep all of our trailers closed. And that's what's difficult. We did have on the peak seasons in our service yard, we have some employees go to our service yard. So that helped a little bit. But that B2 storage is that's a project. It's not gonna be probably not even.
So is it safe to say have employees park an alternative destination as you have been?
Yeah, and we did see there was quite a bit of hype around the Got Gas program. Employees were coming in getting cards and things like that.
So I guess when we talked about employees to begin with, I wasn't even contemplating all the concessionaires. Can we, or is there an opportunity to offer those incentives? Or require it in the contract? I don't know. But that they're parking, like I was only ever thinking about Marina town staff, right? And not all these extra employees of concessionaires.
Third party.
Third parties, thank you. So can we extend an incentive program?
There should be a way.
Okay.
We should.
I think we certainly,
All the employees should be
yeah,
asked.
concession
Yeah,
use that
yeah,
require.
exactly.
Okay, and then we talked about the technology platform. We're gonna engage with that you guys are offering. And then just suggestions from write-ins, which were actually very good, some signage to direct folks, which may tie into this. That's why I asked, is it a kiosk, an app, and I was told it's a website? Do you guys have a program where there's a kiosk that can get updated or a sign that say open spaces here, right? And it's always gonna be. stuff. And it's not, yeah,
The problem with technology, and you see, you go to an airport now. It's just, it doesn't work, people back up.
Yeah.
It's conceptually, it sounds great, and with the volumes we do here on the weekends and people dropping off their, stuff for their boats, pulling out and account. Yeah, it'll get there one day, but I mean, I was just at an airport and it told me there was 45 spaces on level 2. I drove around level 2.
sure.
But
So our first implementation will be engaging with your technology platform.
yeah.
Does that seem fair to
Yeah,
everyone?
yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there? Right, anyone have anything else we want to hit on this, or Logan, are you clear on what we're talking about?
Just one more thing, in one of the letters, I think it was Mark Luna's letter, he had mentioned like a better or more information board in general down at the marina that might have whether it's events or weather or what else? I remember that.
You, absolutely, that's what I was referencing, I just said. Yeah.
I just saw them.
We just brought two.
Okay, we wanted to make sure that,
No worries, thanks, yeah, I said it wrong, so thanks.
And you know, the website's a great tool for that too, like just let us know if you want something on the website. We do it all in-house, literally, you send Shelby something, it'll be on that. I'm always amazed the next day it'll be up, so that's a great place to put stuff like that.
Right.
Especially with the map apart too, it's just more and more people that hit it.
Hunter, you good?
Yep, all good. Thank you.
Perfect. Everyone here good? Logan, we're making sense?
Can I just summarize for a moment?
Please do it. Yeah, go ahead.
So we will revisit the half-hour rate, revisit the weekend rates and the holiday rates. We will revisit the season pass parking program, meaning option A was continue. These are just options that we'll come back to discuss. Continue with what we did this year. Go to a one price system whereby you could have access to the entire lot all the days. Or we look at the 10 parking spaces and what does that look like in terms of maybe a different cost? Where are they options to have there? The fee in terms of the, after 10 days, the doubling to $150, we'll look at, could we do that up to 30 days? I have to get with Thad a little bit on that one to review that, just to make sure that would work. And then extending the incentive program to all of our concessionaires who are out there as well. And then we are already using the website and the app. Shelby has been awesome. We've got that up and going. We've given her information already. You saw where it's at. We'll continue to improve.
what's the concessionaire incentive? With the parking,
I think it's very similar to the Got Gas program is what.
Just trying to encourage people to use alternative transportation.
Supports both.
Thank you.
I mean, gee.
Does that sound right? We'll come back with options and we can continue the discussion.
Great. Thanks for working through that with us.
Thanks for working with us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So while these guys are switching over, we're gonna adjust the agenda because we have some members that are gonna be leaving. So we're gonna take up the Lake Hill Exploratory Park discussion next.
There's a good amount in the lobby, so I'm gonna add more chairs.
Yeah.
Perfect. You guys are ready? Cool. So, hey guys, I'm ready. We'll start with a quick round of introductions. And if you guys mind starting.
Hi, Elena Scott with Morris Design, planning and landscape architecture, working on Lake Hill since 2016.
Dave Roxy, interim county manager of Summit County.
For county water council.
Jason Deeks, county housing director.
Jessica Early, council member.
Lisa Longo, council member.
Rick Hinkin, council member, mayor pro tem, 2017.
Tom Fisher, town manager.
Diane McBride, assistant town manager.
As we know, town attorney, more than 1 year.
Andy Hill.
Casey Nelson.
With that, so just so we're all sitting at the right table, this is the Lake Hill Extraterritorial Water Request presentation from Summit County Government.
Right, hi, so thank you all. The number of topics that councils have to deal with in any given Tuesday, the diversity of those topics is always just fun to be a part of. So thanks for taking some time out of your day today to spend with us and talking about Lake Hill, a really important workforce housing resource for our community. Additional team members, we have Jeff Huntley here, we have Brandon House here, and we have Kate Berg here from Morris Design. So there are some questions later on, we have additional team members here to help address those. Did want to, our application that's before you today was for extra territorial water agreement. We recognize that there are definitely additional topics that council is interested in learning about as the Lake Hill community moves forward, but today we do want to have Tom Porter give some important information regarding water rights and that request, and then I'll talk a little bit about those other topics before we open it up for conversation. I can't remember the last time that I presented Lake Hill to you, but since the new land use mix, let's go there. The new land use mix is really exciting to us because it includes 60 units of senior housing, in addition to a new daycare facility, as well as a diversity of housing types, multifamily, duplex and townhome, keeping in alignment with some of the original goals of the master plan, with the density of the townhomes and the duplexes being on the eastern and western ends of that site, bringing the density down on the edges, building the density up through the center and along the highway. So from the site planning perspective, maintaining those consistent master plan values that we established in this master plan in 2016 and continue today. I know that this isn't an open public forum, but I did want to point out that we had all the board from Staying in Summit here represented. This is something Andy said she started the group in 2006. So longevity here is key to just making sure that continuing collaboration within our community to make some of these projects happen is really what's important to all of us. So from an EQR request, it's 367 multifamily units. That includes both the 307 workforce units and the 60 senior units, 16 duplexes and 53 townhomes, and that comes to the EQRs that were requested in the application. I'm going to have Tom talk a little bit about the water rights next.
Sure.
Tom, could I just hop in just for 1 second? I just wanted to acknowledge that the mayor is online.
Yes. Hi, Heather.
Hey, everybody, thanks, Rick.
I wasn't sure you were saying that.
Yeah.
Now I get it.
Yeah.
We met with Thad and Tom and a couple other folks, what was it, about 2 months ago? To talk about water. The town went through its general discussion of the extraterritorial code changes that were going to be made. We talked a bit about how much water would be needed per EQR and a few other things. And based upon that, we came out with the application, which just described. The good news is the town has plenty of sufficient water for to serve Lake Hill by way of providing here the Clinton Ditch Reservoir Company to the town. The
EQRs can be broken out a couple different ways, and one is by the type of unit. And we recently had towns consultants come up with 376 EQRs for the residential units, 47.7 EQRs, senior living facility, total of 3.25 EQRs for the daycare facility and 3.2 EQRs for the community center, which adds up to 430.15 EQRs, which will essentially round it up to 436 for purposes of the application. The town has expressed a preference for using Clinton Ditch Reservoir water for that. It's upstream of the town. It's water that has been used in county projects before. So it seemed to be a nice fit. The county has other water rights if it turns out to be more productive to use a different source. We can certainly explore that, but we're certainly happy to move forward with the Clinton Ditch Reservoir Company shares. What the town did after we came up with the EQR schedule was basically turn that amount of water into shares of the Clinton Ditch Reservoir Company. And that's where the 111.8 shares come from. Clinton shares are typically transferred by way of, well, let me give you an example. In this case, evidence of ownership of the county Clinton shares was provided by way of share certificate 111. That's for 215.27 shares. Now, what will happen is we'll reach out to the Clinton Ditch Reservoir Company and we'll say, we need new share certificates. And we will turn in that share certificate number 111 and ask Clinton to essentially cancel that share and issue two other shares, one to the town and one to the county. So the one to the town will be for 111.8 shares, and the one to the county will be for the remaining 103.47 shares that was represented by that share certificate. So then the town gets the water that it needs, and then the county gets whatever the town didn't need. As far as other parts of the arrangement itself, the town extraterritorial water service code has cap fees and associated costs. The county would pay those fees and associated costs in what is described as an extraterritorial service contract. In this case, it'd probably be more appropriate to have an IGA between the county and the town, since you have two governmental entities that spells out more of the details on how that would occur. That's, what was on the next slide? Oh, yeah. We weren't sure who wanted to own the infrastructure at the end, but that's something we could certainly describe in the IGA. In addition to other details that we would come up with, you know, to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. That's basically the summary.
Thanks, Tom.
Sure.
Next up, we're going to talk about a few other topics that were described in the response to comments letter that was in the packet. And while we didn't get a lot of information about these topics, we understand they're really important. And I think in the memo that Jeff Goebel had prepared, you know, it really talks about us wanting to understand council's, you know, concerns and questions so that moving forward, we can bring the right stakeholders to the table for future conversations. So we have all the right people here. If we need to talk about traffic, we need to have our traffic engineer. If we want to talk about the road, we need to have Denver Water and Forest Service, things like that. So our real goal for today is to hear not only our questions on water, because that's significant to this project moving forward, but also to get a better understanding around the other important topics that are going to, you know, have impacts and also solutions to move Lake Hill forward. So on the transportation topic, there's discussion in the memo regarding transit, and the conversations in the past have been regarding an extension of Summit Stage transit service across the Dillon Dam Road into Dillon to create a new connection route. In addition to that, we previously planned roundabouts, roundabout potential, maybe one. We're not sure yet, but a better way to turn around because the dam road has to close. We know that there's a lot of topic there and how other micro transit solutions will work within transportation, but that's just the high level. From a traffic perspective, any questions you have on traffic, there's been multiple traffic reports with Fox Tuttle over the many years, looking at both a 436 unit density, as well as a phase 2 density up to 825 units. Brandon is an expert in responding to any questions on traffic you might have today, but anything else that would help us move forward to have, like I said, Box Tuttle here to understand what your questions are, that would be really helpful. And then lastly, on the recreation access and parking, we're all as residents quite familiar with the absolute mayhem of the dam road on a nice summer day. And how that will need to change and how that's accommodated in the future. That conversation specifically will need to involve Denver Water as well as the Forest Service and have all those stakeholders at the table. And they were definitely big topics back in when we were doing the master plan in 2016 as well. On the Parks and Recreation side of things, the trail connections, and one of the key ones was the rec path bridge over the dam road. Was cited in the master plan specifically with grades so that it could be located in a place that wouldn't require tunneling and would work with grade to bridge over the top and have the appropriate clearance over the road as well. The county has also already completed a rec path comprehensive study looking at the rec path users, its future growth, and then there was an outline of some initial thoughts of the rec path in the response letter. On the open space side of things, one of the key open spaces that we always maintained in the master plan is the 3-acre buffer between Lake Forest and the Lake Hill site. That's maintained with this. It's easily grade separated with an existing drainage channel, and so that preservation is included on the plan. And then there's additional open space, obviously, for the residents. And so moving forward with that open space, there's 6 acres in phase 1 alone. And that combined with future open space would give about 10 acres on the site. We understand there are other recreation impacts that you'd like to explore regarding how that would, how Lake Hill will change some of those impacts. We'd like to know more about what you're thinking with that. And then on the trail side, we certainly need to continue work with the Forest Service on how we're connecting over to the Old Dillon Reservoir and other trails that exist in the area, and just making sure, I think most importantly, it's safety and giving people those transportation options that don't always involve a car. But that it's freaking easy. We have a lot of jobs in Frisco, so how can we ensure that those trails are connected the best? Like I said, we don't have a ton of answers that we're providing today, except on the waterfront. We can provide any of those. And so at this point, I know we were running behind, so I tried to go pretty quickly through that. So apologize if it was too fast, but with that, we're happy to address any council questions. And I don't know if you prefer to have them go on topic like water first and then move on to another topic, or if you want to just go like around the horn. Up to you guys.
Sure. I think we're gonna go around the horn,
Okay,
if that's good.
you're in charge, right?
Merely guided.
One question on the traffic. The most recent traffic study did include CDOT's realignment of Lusher Park. Did I read that? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was assuming that.
Yeah.
You read it.
Go.
I did read it. You did read it, yes. No, I think for me, the biggest concerns are really just around the traffic and the mobility. Not just building out more parking to allow more flows, but really how can we work with all the assets that we have? And particularly since this is a county project and county is in charge of this on the stage, how can we really influence? And I know there's challenges on the dam road in general with the large buses and the large vehicles. And so I think there's a broader conversation, not just around how to get people around, but simply like the policies that might be barriers for us out there. The trail connectivity, I know together we can all figure that out. I think the biggest hazard I see is just that, I know, and I'm gonna get the term wrong, but where the bike path is adjacent to the road, right? Or where people choose to ride on the road. Yes. And so how can we best separate that and maybe even make it potentially wider throughout so it can accommodate more people? Because it's definitely one of the more traveled for sure. Happy to hear about the water. Thank you for that update. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, happy to see this moving forward. I guess one other question is just simply, congratulations on the Wildflower Daycare Center. I know that was a big project and a huge sticker shock as construction costs increase, but just simply that we do continue to see challenges around staffing and like building a daycare center doesn't necessarily mean the staff at home. And so, you know, how do we pivot if that's not gonna work? But I appreciate all the community services that are going on.
I have the same concerns, traffic for sure. And that overpass, I think, is critical. I think we would be very, very sorry that that wasn't done when people start moving in there. And yeah, and just the traffic, you know, I mean, we've all driven there, right? The traffic on the dam is difficult at times now, but the intersection where it reaches 9, I see that as being a huge stumbling block because if you have all those cars coming out of Lake Hill going to that intersection that already is pretty difficult. It can cause a lot more problems. Maybe this is when the county and everybody gets on the micro transit train.
Yeah, and roundabouts are better because we like roundabouts.
We like that. Maybe not all visitors like the roundabout.
You know what?
It's a little confusing. But yeah, so really they're the same.
Cool. We're not going around the horn.
You know, it's a horseshoe.
It's a horseshoe.
I thank you for moving forward with the 438. I'm interested to know how and where or when you would be getting to 800 something. That is, you know, obviously not part of you know, our ability to offer water to. But I appreciate that you move forward with what you know, we've been able to come up with, right? But in the future, I want to hear more. Definitely connectivity. I'd really like to see a sidewalk. Because as we were just talking about our trails plan, putting people on the bike path, you know, are people actually going to commute on the bike path from Lake Hill into Frisco? It's I don't see that as being as reasonable as, you know, just a direct shot. Mobility is a big one, you know, and so I would hope the county does sign on to the idea of car sharing and or last mile transportation in whatever way, shape or form we can all come together and make happen. I think that's about it. Do we have a plan for, like, if we move forward with this and you've got your 438, whatever, you're getting in the ground and all, how does the second phase, where does that come in?
We're to be determined. I mean, it's very conceptual and preliminary at this point in time. It really is going to depend on, you know, several factors, you know, the infrastructure of the original 436 and how we phase that in. But ideally, you know, the county would like to, you know, we'll have to figure out the water, sewer, et cetera, all, you know, the same challenges that we're going through now. So we do anticipate that will take a little bit of negotiation. So I don't have any hard dates. Like I'd like to say that we're going to start at a certain date and time, but I can't. But we're going to continue to work on it and figure it out, similar to what we've been doing with the 436.
Okay. Would your intention be to come back to Frisco looking for?
I think that would probably, I mean, it would be a question we would ask for sure.
Okay. Thanks. That's all.
I actually had a question about the sanitation district. So our extraterritorial agreement says basically pending whether or not you can tie into Frisco sanitation.
Yes.
More or less, right? So in the pie in the sky scenario, that can't happen. Does this suddenly become the linchpin in the whole thing, or are we able to I don't know what the alternative is to not getting onto Frisco sanitation, but.
There isn't one.
Got it here.
And I can,
Oh, great.
and we could bring our water attorney in for more detailed discussion, but it has to do with augmentation plans and putting the water back into the stream that it started from essentially. That's the issue.
Okay. Thank you. That was not clear. All right.
Right. Well, thanks.
Elizabeth?
I'm gonna go back to this list that Tom and I, whatever, made this list a long time ago. And it's very similar, so last mile transit, again, micro transit, mobility, stuff like that. Road improvements, obviously. And then trail walking and biking to town, retail and all that stuff, like the safety aspect. Then there was the childcare center. Net zero ready.
It has to be. It's the.
No, I know, I was, yeah. Check. And then the rec access to the reservoir, which you guys have covered, and then again, the issue with the water sanitation, how do we get to the 800 and 1,000 units with. So. It's covered in my list.
Thanks. Hunter?
Thanks, Rick. Apologies for not being there, everyone. Where to begin? And I'm not saying that like I have a bunch of questions, but I think, you know, the chicken and the egg is always a tough one for you all and how this plan lays out. I think the kind of the horizontal infrastructure for me is an important aspect so that when COs start happening and people start moving in, all of the mobility and traffic plan and infrastructure is also in place, because I would hate to see one before the other, but I also know the constraints of construction and finances and all of that. But I think that's an important portion of this development for me from the very first time we all met long ago with this, is that when people are moving into that development, that they feel like they're a part of a connected part of the town and the community, and not waiting for the construction and everything else to make them tied in. So that's a big part to me. I realize a lot of the traffic planning, whatnot, that we saw are conceptual sketches, but I would like to see some of what we worked really hard to get in there with the roundabouts and traffic flow on the dam road itself in front of the development. I think that still concerns me, not having those in place. Knowing that some people are going to be going left and some people are going to be going right. And we still, even since we particularly started this project, the user group and the amount of people parking on the side of the dam road for stand-up paddle, probably because we charge at the marina and we're really mean about that. But I mean, it's overwhelming difference in the use of those side parking lots for the lake now compared to when we started this process. And I think that traffic wasn't a part of our original plan and is only now more important. So I think it's not up to me or up to us, and particularly how it proceeds, but I think we know the value of the livability of this, and that there's a way for the workforce to feel a part of the community that they are closest attached to, which is going to be Frisco. So supporting and mirroring a lot of what was said. I think I am super happy to see the additional services out there. I think that's great. And I know they were always talked about, but to see them a little more codified in the plan is good. And as I've been an advocate for, like, I don't think it's necessarily this group's place to determine the future use of that. I'm good with the 36 plus some in that group. And I think I don't see too many major concerns from my point to start getting this going. I think, Jesse, I appreciate your clarifying question with the sanitation district, and would just like to hear either when you're meeting with them or what the next steps are with that, or how you feel about that process, because I know there's a potential pretty significant cost of upgrade of their plant in the coming years as well, to make this potentially all happen. And I think I got to check my notes. There's something I'm missing, but I'll chime back in when it comes up. What, that was one of the questions. Jason, what is on the kind of the phase one conceptual model, what is the acreage kind of being proposed within that? Or Elena, I don't know who.
The top of my head,
28.
yeah, 28.
20, so it's a pretty substantial amount of the parcel. It's more than half the parcel, correct?
Correct. Yes, it was about 28 acres. There's about 17, then that would be remaining. And the 28 is the frontage along the dam road essentially. With the open space plan center. There'll be other opportunities for pocket homes and things like that for center. I would also point out the Forest Service charges for parking in the lot right next to where people park, and they don't park there either. $5.
I didn't know that. And then, Dave, you might not know the question.
Maybe people would go there. You have to pay cash.
Went up to 10.
Really?
Yeah.
One other thing I think as this conversation started with water and maybe should end with water is just being really cognizant as this development moves forward, and that is to be water wise, indoor and outdoor. This is the natural landscape. It's called Lake Hill for a reason. Yes, it's bordered by two major thoroughfares, more major than the other, but I think there's an opportunity here to really embody that water savings and to be good stewards of that water resource that you guys have.
Yeah, and that's our intent. We've always intended to be water wise and very judicious with the water given. Well, I had a couple of quick questions, clarifying questions for that. So presumably in our memo of questions to the county and their responses, the not designating vaguely as it may be the backup water, is that at the direction of our water attorney?
It was our preference that it want to be backup water, that there be a firm commitment as to these.
Gotcha. And then that goes right into the designate, and I know we're trying to get our portfolio together, which is what I presume is driving this. The benefit of getting our current ditch shares into our portfolio where we maintain whatever fees that are going forward for those that benefit overarchingly, is that we can actually create a implementation plan better. Yes. Yes.
It's a little bit of a separate issue because we're, they're talking about the other project relative to the IGA amendment we proposed, right? This would require that just straight up under our current.
Yes.
And the other relates back to the county commons agreement.
Yep.
But everything you said is correct.
Perfect. Just so clear. Some of the, and then I have a question on, just so you hear it, right? I've at least been advised by a couple of different consultants that overpasses in this climate are not the way to go. So I would at least, I'm not designing it, you guys are, I'm just sharing. Sometimes I overshare. School, I'm just curious, we've never talked about this. We talk about it as far as a plan is how is this going to impact the school system, right? That's not part of any one of our purview. We've watched Frisco Elementary almost close to be busting at the seams to now the district overall. And in the last month, they say is declining a little bit. My whole point is with all of this comes families. And I want to at least be forward thinking on how we're going to meet the needs of those. How many school systems have we seen in the Front Range that open with temporary buildings on site because they didn't plan for their capacity? Just food for thought. And then we talked about this at one of the meetings of the regulations of getting over the Dillon Dam and what that looks like. If just as the example to stay on schools, if buses are going to go in both directions, because this could land in either district. Getting those buses back on the highway, or if the highway's closed, like that's something we need to address with the dam side of the house is how do we get these vehicles that are currently prohibited allowed over the dam? So that would be
No.
just stuff.
So scared.
And then what it is, and this could be for our public works or for you guys. I'm not a water engineer. I think is it a 24-inch main that we have going out there? And the proposal is to tap into that to get into the system. If phase 2 were to come to fruition, and to Hunter's point, that's not for this group to decide, right? That's gonna be a different, but I can't help but ask the question. Can you get the additional EQRs through that pipe to feed that side? Or is that a whole nother project? It's math, I know.
Infrastructure side.
Also.
Right, but it's also the reason and a part of the reason how we ended up at 438. Right? Adding 500 more doesn't work. Right? And it doesn't work for the town, it doesn't work for public works, it doesn't work for the water that the wet water that we have for build out of Frisco, right? And so that's a big concern, that's always been our concern. And you know, if you have to go building a whole separate thing, then good luck, but you should at least be aware that, you know, we've gotten to this point because our major concern is that we don't have anything more to give. This is all we can give, right? And I'll lay that on future councils, you know.
Absolutely. And it's a math question, right? Someone I'm sure will have or already has figured it out. I just don't know. I just wanted to pose the question. And then lastly, in looking at that design plan, you guys, wow, good job. I mean, I would have expected it tucked up into the hill as we had talked about for years, and then would have built forward towards the road. So I thought it was a good use with what is there. With whether or not we go forward to phase 2, it doesn't look like an unfinished project. It looks finished. It has the ability, if we were ever to get there, to add on to. So that looks so good job. Hunter, I'm sorry, your hand is up. My apologies.
No worries, Rick. Yeah, I think another question just for that I will be honest that I have not been focusing on the board's meeting agendas and whatnot, but with the amount of projects in Dillon, this one potentially multiple or another phase or 2 for Lake Hill that also that the board is just looking out that they can tell us as county members, but the bigger picture of the county that they serve, that they're doing the same due diligence to protect the entire county's water rights as we are doing for the town of Frisco. And I think it makes me wonder. And I don't know, Dave, if you are privy to the conversations or not, if they're still happening, but is the board still looking at discussing acquiring the rest of the Forest Service land to the east of the parcel? Are those ongoing still, or has that been put on the table for now or off on the shelf for now?
Jason, it's been a long time since that conversation.
Okay.
Last time we really had that conversation was when we were at the original master plan for it. But you know, a lot has changed since then. The last several years, you know, where we did it with the higher density bit, where we were exploring, looking at, okay, we have to create our own water sewer. That's where the additional density came from. So what does that look like? So that was where those additional units really came from.
Thanks, Jason. I think because that's just important for me, because we all know that for the folks I talk to in Frisco, this is still a very split and somewhat contentious conversation. Some are 100% still in favor and upset that we're not already going vertical, which we could be, and others still don't want it to happen. And it's tough to try to represent both of those groups. And I just wanted to make sure that as we're having this conversation, that next year or the following year, 2 years, there's not a surprise. Phase 2 also has a phase 3 because we just acquired more land, or go for it, keep working on that. But I want to remind everyone who's listening that there is more potential land out there, and there's additional impacts and potential needs that come with that. And again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it just is something that I don't want lost in the conversation because it hasn't been had in a little while with the down the road potential, good, bad, or otherwise, depending on where you sit. But I think, and Rick, thanks for bringing up the school portion of it. I appreciate that, but I think that's all I've got for right now. Thank you.
Cool, thanks, Hunter. Anyone else? Okay.
I just want to respond to Hunter, and I think just kind of from a broader standpoint, and as somewhat new to this project, not really new to the county. I know that our conversations with Frisco have moved forward in kind of in pretty big partnership on a lot of projects. There's been conversations about, I think, with NHP, and I think this board is focused on housing. We all know that. Everybody's seen the needs assessment, and they are very, very focused on getting as much done as possible. But that also doesn't preclude the municipal partners that we have. And as you've seen, our partnership and our relationship with Breckenridge over the years has also included some times when we don't agree, but we all come to the table. And I think the message from the board is that they value the partnership, even if it doesn't necessarily get to where everybody's happy or where the county's happy. I think Jason's 100% right about what we tried to do with density to make things pencil. Without water and sewer, I think capacity, Rick, to your point, we believe these people are already here. And the needs assessment shows that these people this isn't designed for more people in the community. These people are already in our schools. That's at least the way that we've characterized it. I think that's kind of how we've looked at it, including our senior population who's in the room that, also want to play a role in the community. I personally look at this, these are Frisco community members. And of course, there are going to be people who are 100% opposed to two houses at Bill's Ranch or whatever. We recognize that. And I don't like using the words, there's name calling about who doesn't want something in their backyard. I don't think we need to go there because it's understandable. We're growing. But I just, the broader stuff that I can speak to is really the partnership with Frisco is important to us. And I think any of the conversations that go on with this council or any future council are going to be just as important about what's happening here and what's happening throughout the county, to Hunter's point. With water, those are all very important community issues because we all live in the county. So, that's, I guess for lack of a better reason, that's kind of my hope is that, we can all get along. I won't say that. We won't always agree, but I think that's the goal is to really strengthen the bond on housing with the town of Frisco and the county.
That's appreciated.
Yeah.
And it's good to also hear that, your vision is to house people that are already here, because that's a huge influx that otherwise it's just more new people, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna get, but it's key, because, other than schools, which is a big one, our impact on at least Frisco, but like, obviously we probably have enough doctors in the neighborhood to handle that, but you've got everything else, dude, auto mechanics, whatever else, and put the service industry on there. So thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, and our impact study looked at the schools and, talking with and working with resort communities across the nation. The schools aren't generally increasing population and students in the resort communities. As they get more and more expensive, the working families get priced out and they leave, and the schools continue to lose the students moving in. So, we're right now it's the enrollment starting to decline, and that's what we've seen across. That is a trend across the nation with school districts and resort communities like this, as the population, the local workers get priced out and the families move to more affordable areas to raise a family. I really appreciate hearing all the comments from the town council and in complete agreement with with a lot of what has been said here. Talking about transportation, access to the right path, walkability, bikeability, transit. You know, we've met with the transit board multiple times. They're 100% in all of our meetings in agreement that we need to provide buses service to and change the routes to Lake Hill, because it's an important part of the community as we try to get cars off roads, you know, get people living closer, and so they're not you know, driving in from Kremling, Park County, Lake Leadville, you know, to do these jobs here, but they can actually be a part of the community and live here. You know, the Lake Hill community is for local workers and for the seniors that are living here. So it's going to house those folks that are here that may otherwise, that are commuting and, you know, and get them to be a part of our community. So. Appreciate it.
Yes. Yeah, you got to, thank you guys very much for coming. With that, we'll,
Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
right? Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to be rude when I was looking at my phone, I was looking up, I couldn't read it at last mile, I had no idea.
And yes to that.
These are the false education where all, yeah. Water gun. Just the water gun. That, the water education is a whole other, oh my gosh.
I don't work here. Just as you ask me. That's what's. We'll see. What it'd be nice. Better, yeah. Cool.
Hi. I'm good, how are you? Great, thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you as well. Got my mom up here. We just picked her up today, so, yeah.
We're going up into it. Yeah, we'll do it.
Andrew's.
I'm sorry.
See you.
It's just a crutch, Stacy.
Been. So we can see that.
Well, I think so.
I think we're ready for you, Neil.
You okay?
I got
You
you.
feeling good?
We're good.
Okay.
Did you, we gotta unpause the recording?
Yeah. This is on mute. The mics should be okay. He's got control. You've got control right there. See it?
Jesse coming right in.
They were supposed to. Hunter was on for a second and it looks like he's back off. I think he might be having some connectivity.
Okay. But you'll be.
You don't want to pull out, do you?
Yeah, he hasn't texted, so he knows what's going on though. I just spoke with him on the phone. He knows.
We just need Elizabeth to come back, right?
Let me. See if I can make that happen. Guessing you should jump on.
Jessie said she wasn't gonna until around 7 though.
Oh, okay. There you go.
He's getting a churro.
Man, the sopapilla is the way to go.
Oh, yeah?
It was super delicious.
Hurt with a little bit of that chocolate sauce on it.
I can see the chocolate sauce.
It's in one of the sweets containers.
I'm just kidding.
With chocolate.
Mm-hmm. You guys good, Stacy? Cool. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We'll just reconvene back to our work session. We're going to continue on with our fourth work session item. It's going to be an NHP presentation. Just so everyone's on the same page, when we hit 7 o'clock, we're going to pause. We're going to start the regular meeting, do roll call, public comment, and then come right back to Neil after that.
Cool. With that, Neil.
Well, thank you. You know, before even starting on this, I just want to thank you for your continued support. And, you know, all the help that you've had your staff give to us. And we're very excited about both of these projects. I think, you know, in consultation with your staff, I mean, what we would really like to do is get at least one of these under construction in the spring. And certainly get another one with its funding set in the spring for construction in the next building season. So, you know, with those two things in mind, you know, we've got a bunch of different options that we wanted to talk to you about that, you know, we went through so we got to some recommendations between missing middle, 9% tax credits and 4% tax credits. I'll just show you some pictures first, because everybody likes pictures. This is what the current Galena plan looks like. And quite frankly, it's the only way we were able to get here was your understanding on the parking and giving us the third of the site. But this got us to 54 units in a relatively simple loaded corridor, which makes it a very efficient build, which plays into what we're recommending, which is to sort of put Galena Street before 101 West Main, which will be a more challenging build. And we certainly need to have your help on some of the things that we need to do to get that be less expensive. That's it. I think the original 101 Main design that you've seen before. And we've come up with a much less expensive 101 Main that we will go into what actually saves the money there and what its effect is going to be. But I would just sort of to go over a couple of the things that well, I apologize. Perhaps the best thing, since we started with Galena, to talk about the Galena options. And, what we've recommended to your staff, again, is to make this the missing middle project and not the LIHTC project, with the potential that would allow it to move forward more quickly, potentially even in the spring. But, we did lay out what the options are and what their effects are. In the missing middle, there's doing it, setting it at 120% of area median, or putting 30% of the units at 80% AMI. And currently, I think if we do the 120, that leaves, oops, I'm sorry, that leaves a $2.1 million gap, which the county has sort of informally told us that they were willing to put $3 million up, which means that project, assuming that we get strong communities, would be fully funded, with some excess funds to be invested in probably 101. If we put in 30% at 80, it doubles the gap to 4.1 million. So minus 3 million from the state would leave us with a $1.1 million gap, which we don't view as being insurmountable. But clearly, right now, the straightest path goes through doing it at 120% of AMI. Just so that you can sort of see the numbers, if we did a 9% deal, we would have a February application. The gap there is $3.4 million. Obviously, we could put the 3 million, and that would work. But we will, I think, and when I show you the numbers in 101, sort of, I think putting 101 as the 9% will make more sense. Basically, because everything works better on Galena Street. In each of these phases, it'll cost less on Galena Street than it will. And I think that doing the 9% and the 4% would mean Galena would not be built in the spring. So I think that's why we're sort of recommending to go forward with that. We did put in to MIHA for 101 to be the missing middle, but we did have a meeting with them and the county yesterday. And while we didn't get a final answer from them, because these projects both have your support, same MOU, same number of units, all of that, and basically from their perspective, almost identical locations, they're going to go forward with discussing it with their board and getting a formal approval on that. So that's Galena Street, again, is the easy one. I think 101 West Main was challenging, and primarily is because the underground parking was coming in at $3 million. And the commercial was costing $1 million. And I think even with our simpler design, and let me just show you the design here, it's still a more complicated building than Galena Street. Instead of being a straight corridor, it's an L with some, jags in and out, and a much harder site to just sort of fit everything in. So we think that by changing the way we do the parking, that would save $3 million, and the commercial another million. We would still keep it to 3 stories, and that would allow us to go from 48 units to 54 units. I think technically we could go another story, but that just increases the gap. So we were reluctant to sort of advocate that. But to go back to the numbers here, if we do a 9%, and we don't have to do the structured parking, and we didn't have to do the commercial, the base gap would be 7 million. Currently, you all have gone in for state land banking money, and we're high on the list. I think they've told Tom and I, if I'm representing that correctly. So if we get that, that brings in $5 million. And also right now, the land bank is limited to projects that average 60% of AMI. So it couldn't really be used on a missing middle. There is the possibility of a waiver, but they haven't even set up the waiver program requirements yet. And that was another reason why we were pushing Galena forward as the missing middle and this as a tax credit. So I think if the 9%, with that, we're down to a $2 million gap to fit here, which again is in the realm of, I think, the possible. Whereas I think if we don't address the structured parking in the commercial, our base gap is actually $11 million. And if we get the state funds, the gap is $6 million. And I think, filling a $6 million gap just much more challenging than a $2 million gap. If we did the 4% LIHTC, which I think is sort of the backup plan, the gap is actually smaller, only 4.2 million, which it gets completely eliminated by the state land. And quite frankly, the only reason why we put the 9% as the preferred is that the application is due first. And if some other project that was close here got it, it would make it difficult for us to get the 4%. I'm sorry, I'm keep hitting that accidentally. But even with the 4%, the gaps are very high. 8.2 million is the base gap. Missing middle, basically the same gap as the 9%, 5.3, and we don't know if we can apply that $5 million to that. So that's why this is a missing middle project became a bit problematic. If we did, then we're basically back to that same $2.3 million gap, which isn't that horrible, but we definitely think going LIHTC on this and missing middle on Galena makes sense. Same number of units, basically, just different income groups. I think, the key things here that we're, asking is, we are asking for a big step on the parking. I think luckily for us, since West Main used to be a state highway, there is a huge amount of right of way that Frisco now owns. Currently, there is some parking in it. In fact, the parking in front of 101 Main today is in that right of way. And I think the project across the street might be putting some parking in there right of way. But that leaves space all down the block to the post office, as well as the area by the Peak School. And if you did the entire thing, it would probably be close to twice the parking we actually need here. But I think, even just doing it on one side gets us, relatively inexpensive parking. And we thought in order to make it work, that a parking permit system for overnight parking would be the way to go. And potentially during the day, if you felt that there was a need, there's potential for it to be overflow parking for Main Street during the day, which we thought was a sort of public benefit there. And, that removes a couple $1 million right there from the project, because basically you're talking about putting down some asphalt.
Neil, we're gonna take that break right now. Cool. So just so again, I'll reiterate, Neil's here to present to us in work session format. We've come up against our regular meeting start time, so we're gonna transition into our regular meeting, do our roll call, have public comment, and then come back to Neil and then continue with the meeting. Cool. Thanks, Neil.
You're on mic and recording.
Great. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for coming. This is the regular scheduled meeting of the Frisco Town Council for October 10th. And with that, let's start with a roll call.
Burley.
Here.
Ooh. I saw her unmute. And then she went back.
Can you hear me?
Jesse, I can hear you online, but I think we've
Jesse,
got
can you
Stacey.
try one more time?
Yeah, Hunter can hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Let's try one more time. Councilmember Burley.
Here.
Thank you so much. Inkin.
Here.
Script Tech Adrian. Here. Helenko. Here. Held.
Here.
And Mortensen.
Here.
He is here online. Oh, and Erickson is absent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stacy. With that, we'll get the meeting going with public comments. Citizens making public comments during public comments or public hearings should state their names, address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to no longer than 3 minutes. No council action is taken on public comments. Councils will take all public comments under advisement, and if council response is deemed necessary and appropriate, an individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. With that, do we have any public comments in the audience?
Hi, I'm Phil Kopp. I live at 103 Miners Creek Drive. I'm mostly here just for the parking, but it's fun to watch you guys do what you do. I like one of your members. I tried to run a bookstore business and do town council and everything that was involved with it. Thank you all for your time. The main thing I want to say on the parking, I talked with Logan some. I'm going to get more information from Interstate. I'm a numbers wonk, and it sure looked like it wasn't very busy in August in weekdays. So consider modifying to not charge then is my main point. I've seen a lot of changes down there. Logan and I are on the same page in that we're not there to make money. It's to turn people over. And that's basically it. One side comment off topic, but I notice this is a great project that the town is going to subsidize for some housing here. But remember, commercial is property is sales taxes, and that's what runs the town a lot. So think about that when you eliminate commercial. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Liz Ritchie. It's nice to see some of you again here in Frisco. And as I always want to acknowledge that I thank each of you for your service and appreciate the time and commitment you make to the town. I want to share a little bit of perspective on the topic you spoke to earlier this afternoon, which is the parking review of results and recommendations for the coming years. And first, I appreciated the support from some council members for marina slip holders, mooring ball holders, but I don't think there's a good broad understanding of the nature of the marina users. We have the slip and mooring ball renters. We have the rental dock, which makes a ton of money for the marina. We have the kayak and paddleboard rack renters. And these are the people that have paid for access, right? Hunter made a point earlier. That wasn't an investment, and he's right. It was for access. We paid for access, and that's why we need to have a place to park. That's what we paid for. The beachgoers, the bikers, the paddleboarders, they have not. They use those facilities for free. It's an important distinction. And so one other dimension I'd like to share about our marina users is we don't all live in town. Many drive up for the weekend, they load their boat, and they stay through till Sunday. And while they're here, they eat dinners, lunches, and breakfasts on Main Street. They buy supplies for their boats. I can guarantee you the people that park in that marina lot, who ride their bikes up to Vail or unload their own personal paddleboard to use for the day, the people who use the rental boats, and certainly not the people on the beach. They are not going into town and spending money like that. I'm sure you've been on the beach. You've seen the coolers people bring to enjoy for the day with their families. That's great, but that's an entirely different experience than the marina users. As to the season passes, I think it's really important for you to know why the marinas are so busy. The marina is so busy on weekends. Yes. People work during the week. So the idea that a $349 season pass is going to incentivize people somehow to use the marina more Monday through Thursday doesn't even make sense. So please keep the $99 season pass for everyone. Let us park anywhere we can, because the $349 pass idea is a pure money grab. Weekend people, when they come up, they'll just pay the day rate. And it won't make one difference on the crowding, which is one of the fundamental issues that we're trying to deal with here. So I know we want turnover, and that's great, but I don't think that's the way to get it. Thanks.
Any other public comments in the audience? Please, yeah.
Mark Luna, Frisco resident for 27 years or so, slip holder for like 8. Provide a letter to council. I really appreciate you guys reading it and acknowledging it during the work session today. I'm going to just summarize a few things today and then comment on a few things I heard at work session also. I really appreciate that the decision for the restrictions is tabled for more discussion. I think it's important to engage some of the marina people down there, see what their thoughts are, see how we can solve some of the things that we're trying to solve down there. There may be other ways to do that. I think in general, the restrictions aren't really solving anything. I think at the end of the day, a space is a space. If I'm parking in B1, I'm taking a space. It seems like there's favoritism to the people that are using the beach, going to the bar, that have the closer up spaces, and we have to walk past spaces that are open to get there. I've multiple times since I spoke to Diane about a month and a half ago, I have walked by open spaces at 10 o'clock in the morning to go out to my boat for 2 hours and come back and walk by open spaces. And it's talking like half empty. So there's a lot of circumstances that this is really unintentionally causing issues and frustration on people who are having to park out in the far lot. So, and then there's even on the weekends, there's stormy days where it's cloudy out. People aren't at the beach. We're having to park in B1 as a result. So I think there's some unintended consequences that really aren't seen, and you're trying to look, people are looking at some numbers and say, hey, it's just busy. So I don't think that's a really good metric, and it's really just frustrating some of the people, pass holders, all users of having to do that. The The favoritism issue, I think, has been addressed, and I addressed that in my letter a little bit. I've heard over and over again that we don't try to favor one user down there. Well, that's what it seems like, and it's perception of us. That's what's happening. And then the last thing is that I think the paid parking is really driving a lot of locals away from the marina. It used to be Friday afternoons were like, that was the place to go. And nobody does that anymore. If you go down there and there's bands playing and there's not really anyone there to watch them anymore, which is kind of depressing to see when it used to be super vibrant down there, like on a Friday afternoon or Saturday afternoon. And I hear from multiple locals who don't go down there because, oh, I got a $75 ticket. Don't want to do that anymore. And then lastly, just it's kind of not off topic, but I've had several people who've paid for parking and then they're out in the lake and they want to extend their parking. They can't access those things off the website. It's not very clear. So I'd suggest to have them do a better access from the website. There's ways to pay tickets, but not to engage anything else, like to extend your time. I took people like 20-30 minutes and they're wasting their time on their boat just trying to figure out to avoid a ticket. So that was just another thing I noticed on the paid parking. But anyway, that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Alex Beach, 408 2nd Avenue here in Frisco. I did not come here to talk about parking tonight, but I think just a quick aside before I say what I am here to talk about. I have been bartending down at the marina for the last 8 years and can say anecdotally that the parking does take away some of our business. Weekends, holidays, great turnover, but midweek, late season, early season when nothing's going on, I've had people walk up, say, what's the deal with parking? I explain it to them and they're like, oh, I don't want to pay for it, and they leave. So I'm in support of these guys over here. What I did come to talk about was the issue surrounding unincorporated Frisco and our deed restricted housing policies in town, based on the Frisco Town Council's fiscal year 22 report that was released a couple months ago and summarized in the Summit Daily, where it was outlined that the top 3 employers in the town of Frisco, and this is a report coming from you guys, by the way, were the town government, Summit Medical Center, St. Anthony's, and the Summit School District. Now, the hospital and the middle school sit on unincorporated Frisco land. So employees of those places do not qualify for town of Frisco deed restricted units. Meanwhile, the town is saying they're the biggest employers in town, yet we don't allow those employees to qualify. You can throw copper into that same boat. That's unincorporated land, yet Frisco has a very tight, intimate relationship with Copper Mountain. I've been here 10 years. I have 4 jobs and I don't qualify for any housing because my copper hours don't count for Frisco and my Frisco hours don't count for copper. So I think something needs to be done about the unincorporated land. I know incorporation is a whole big deal. Maybe there's some smart people in this room or who work for the town that can figure out some sort of loophole or something in the specific instance of housing or applying for the Summit County Housing Authority, those types of things. But if the town government is going to publicize, hey, these are our largest employers, we're going to put banners on Main Street to say Frisco's, Copper's, village. These are our people. These are our employees, but then not allow them to qualify for our deed restricted housing in town, I think is a travesty. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments in the audience? Go ahead.
I'm trying to keep it brief, so I only use 60 of my 180 seconds before. But parking again, think about parking structure into Main Street, out at the transportation center. We folks built a beach, and like Kevin Costner's baseball movie, Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. If we're trying to get people out of cars, we need to have a place to put them, and we need to get. I was originally for the Summit or the Frisco Flyer, and then I found it was underutilized. So by the end of my term on council, I was one of them that said, hey, let's kill it. But we might need to bring a bus back too if we want to have parking for everybody that we're inviting here. Thanks again.
Sure. Anyone else in the audience? How about online? Nothing, Stacy? So no one in the audience, no one online. We're gonna go back to continue our presentation from NHP and Neil.
Where we were talking about actions that needed to be taken, I think, acting on the parking issue, on the commercial issue. And I'm happy to talk more about those if you would like me to. I think
Just need to redo something here. It's not showing up on it's showing up as my desktop.
Great. We do need a technical correction in the density bonus to encompass the 120% of AMI for the missing middle. Now I sort of bring you into conformance with, I think, DOLA's, which is actually, I think, goes up to 140. And I think just come to a consensus that the way we go forward, which is basically what we talked about tonight. And those are the sort of key things that we need to do. So I know I sent you a picture just a few minutes ago. I don't know if we can bring that up.
Sent me something?
Just if you want to see what the parking would actually look like.
Just a second.
But in the meantime, is questions, comments?
I've got a question for you quick. Can you refresh my memory, the difference between the 4% and the 9%, what that is speaking to? Is that amount of units? Is that at the income level?
Thank you for pointing out my jargon. It's the 9% low income tax credit versus the 4%. The difference is that on a per credit basis, 4% is worth half of what a 9%. And the percentage refers to an arcane discounting calculation that the IRS does that makes no sense to anyone, even us who are in the industry. But as a practical matter, the 9% is more competitive than the 4%. But because of that, the state limits the amount of credits per project. And that means for some projects that have more costs, and like basically any project here in the mountains, sometimes the combination of the 4% tax credit and the state tax credit, because there's no limits on the amount of 4%, it's based purely on your costs, brings more money into a deal. And that's sort of why when we were going through the numbers on Galena, and we said, well, if we did it as 9%, we'd have this gap. If we did it as a 4%, we wouldn't have a gap. That's why. But that's the only difference, if that makes sense.
No, but that's okay.
I shouldn't have asked that question.
Is there with DOLA, like the 120% AMI, like, I guess, would there be a significant shift, or what type of shift would it be in this financing? What if we did do some 140? Is that like a?
I think what limits the rents is one, the income limit, but also what the market is. And we think that the market is a little bit above 120%. So, in general, I think we'd want to have at least a 10% discount to market. And if we go up to 140, we'll either be at market or above market.
Gotcha. Cool.
But not to say that people 140 don't have needs. I think they do.
No, I just thanks. I was kind of trying to put that together in my head, but. And I guess I have one more question about the commercial aspect of 101 West Main. Is there, I'm not asking this because I like this idea. I mean, I like the commercial. Is there a significant shift in this financing and development agreement if we say did half of that amount of commercial? Like, I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more variable.
The thing with commercial is that any costs that's allocated to it comes out of the tax credit basis, so it directly limits it. And the amount that we would be able to charge for that space isn't enough to support any equity, even conventional equity, and not even very much loans. And what we've seen in looking at the market is that there's a fair amount of office space of that type that's actually vacant right now. And we have seen the price on those come down. I think when an example is the commercial building really just to the right of the site further down West Main. A few months ago, they had 3,000 square feet, which was almost the amount that we were going to be vacant. They came down a bit in their rent. In fact, I think they rented half of that space at what we're currently charging at 101. But they still have about 1,500 square feet of vacant office space right there. So, and I think from a development perspective, and there becomes, if you want commercial, you have to, you generally would have a higher parking requirement. You'd want a higher ceiling height, which makes the building much more inefficient to build. Things don't stack. And, doing affordable housing, you want everything to be the most efficient so you get the lowest cost. So, if you've got a 2-bedroom on the first floor, you want a 2-bedroom right above it and above it and above it. And also with the commercial, where even 5% commercial mixes have to follow the commercial code as opposed to the residential code. And on the resident, and what we found, perhaps a little bit to our surprise, when we priced it on Galena, where we're completely under the residential code, it just came in lower. It was simpler to meet, easier to meet. And I think the reality right now is that there's not a lot of lenders who give much credence to retail. And that's national, but it's also, local here in Colorado. And the thing that, we hear all the time is about all these commercial loans that mainly small and middle-sized banks have on their books that are coming up, to the end of their term this year and into next year. And there's no way to refinance them because they had mortgages at 3% and they're coming at 8%. And there's going to be a lot of unfortunate bankruptcies in the retail and office space, which might be an opportunity for the town to get and lock in some low-cost office space.
Well, I mean, I guess with the commercial space, could people purchase those spaces, or how would that add into the NHP recipe, I guess?
I mean, certainly if they would purchase them for a high enough price, it would eliminate the financial issue. I don't know whether they will or not, but one thing that it would mean is that we'd have to have everything pre-sold before we could do any construction.
Gotcha.
And the complication in the tax credit arena is that CHFA, the State Housing Finance Agency has told us point blank that if we've got anything but low income housing in the project, in order for that to successfully compete for credits, it has to be fully funded. That means financial commitments sufficient to build it when we do the application, which would be in February. And I just don't know how we could do that.
I have one more question. Sorry. Could you tell me a little bit about I forget how this works, the excess density bonus?
Yeah, and one reason why I didn't, even though it's on here, I didn't get into is because that's a more complicated topic. And that Tom suggested that we talk about that at a later meeting.
Okay.
But to just not to go over the proposal, but just as a little bit of a refresher, for the way your current density bonus works is that for every unit that is a workforce unit that someone puts in, they have the right to put in one market unit. And I think, when you have 100% project that's all workforce, technically, like for example, on 101, we would be able to build 54 market units. But that's not the program and it doesn't even fit on the site. But for the density bonus that's there, and it's a potential resource to fund projects if it's done, if it could basically be sold to put into this. But I think that's a more complicated thing that would probably warrants a discussion of its own.
Personally, my view of the density bonus is more for your building market value units. And then can we get you to build workforce housing units? And so then you earn the right on top of use by right building. So say you can build X amount on the property, you can build another market value unit if you're going to build an equivalent workforce housing unit with it.
No, I get that part. I just was wondering how it went into this.
Right. And that's the question, because I don't know, I don't see how that crosses over because of it's 100% workforce housing, but.
Yeah, to give you an example of how it works in another place, I did a project with Catholic Charities in Washington, D.C. Longer ago than I'd like to say, but in it, there was a similar density type bonus that, since we were doing 100% affordable, couldn't really be used on the site. But there was a developer who was building elsewhere who needed that to do what he was doing, and he was willing to write a check for $2 million to make the affordable project work in return for those rights.
Interesting.
And it would be something along that way. So obviously.
And then he could build higher density market value.
Would this be high, like a market value, like if this got transferred to another project? I guess we could talk about it later,
Yeah,
but would it be 100% affordable project, or would it be a market value project, or maybe we don't even know?
I think the purchaser would probably, in essence, instead of having to build a unit on his site to get a density bonus, he would be making sure that these projects or any project that had funds. So in essence, he would be funding an off-site affordable unit. Would be the way that works. And I think, there's lots of safeguards that needs to be built into that, such as council approval or town approval, and, very clear what you can do and what you can't do, which is sort of why I thought, probably what would be helpful would be to me to write up a full description of what, this would entail and, give you some time to read it and think about it and come up with a lot more important questions that would need to be answered. But, essentially what I was, it is just part of an effort to, fill the gap without necessarily reaching into your pockets to do it.
So with that, the gap here is with on-street parking. If we were to go in this direction, I definitely would like to say, I've been on this development committee for years now, and there's at least half a dozen developers that have all expressed interest. It's not only for their development to be able for on street, but it's also just for us to fix our parking situation and our workforce housing situation. This enables a greater density of workforce housing units if we were to allow it. This is a big discussion that we have not even ventured into as far as on-street parking overnight on Main Street and or in right-of-ways and whatnot. We've talked about talking about it, but we haven't done it, and so I don't know, are we needing to come to a decision today on like whether or not we can do this, or
You're in work session, so you can't.
so we can, okay, fair. So with that, I'd say I'm interested in doing on-street parking. I don't know if we could do it all to this level. I understand there's a gap, and there's going to be an ask for this gap. If we want these particular projects, 100 some odd workforce housing units to happen, this is gonna be falling on us. The commercial's a tough one. It's a tough one for all of us. I know it's a tough one for my constituency. But that also, I love the idea of, can we make it for sale? And or if we subsidize something like this in order to keep commercial in there, we could even foster, some incubator type spaces.
You're not gonna get it for sale, sold by February 1st, though.
No, definitely
And
not.
that stalls the whole project. Plus, we have another project almost right across the street that's gonna be a ton of commercial space.
Yeah, they're gonna have, it's something like 10,000
10,000 square feet,
commercial space.
and there's
or,
already
80 West Main.
empty commercial space on Main Street,
But they already have people buying it to that.
but not sold out.
It's not sold
And
out
there's
yet.
already other spaces that are empty.
So that is the case. If we choose to go against the mixed use and go all residential for 100% workforce housing, then we do save ourselves $1 million. There's that. But that again kind of needs a back and forth, I would think.
I guess besides some of the commercial space at this end of Main Street, where else in Frisco do we have empty, vacant? I'm just trying to think of where we have more than just down there.
Yeah,
I can pull up some of the commercial listings and get them to you.
I'm just curious because I just wonder if it's just that
people
space.
charging too much.
Yeah.
That's a possibility, the landlords wanting too much for commercial space, and so it's empty. There's definitely an aspect there. But, as Phil was talking about, this is, we get our revenue off of sales tax. That is primarily what's paying our way.
So Jesse and Hunter, do you guys have anything?
Yeah, I've got a couple things, Rick. Sorry if I cut Jesse off. It's the delay. I Neil, apologies for not being there in person, but I'm with a lot of the conversation here. I kind of agree, I think, with some of the things that Liz has been saying. You know, one of the things that I think we just need to look at this maybe again, like Galena, go for it. Let's get that going. No concerns with the Galena project and what you've pitched. 101, I think, you know, the commercial, I can go back and forth. I think there's a lot of opportunity for council to also think about what we could do there. Right. If we do commercial that's freestanding, bring the sidewalk right up to it and don't have parking necessarily right in front of it or parallel parking. Do it as that final continuation of Main Street we've been trying for years. It's not associated with the residential units. We can have the parking behind. I don't think our parking has to be in front. I think we have opportunities that we're not really exploring. And I also think when I see the sketches, Neil, I'll be honest, I'm a little nervous that we have riverfront property and we're putting a parking lot on it. I think that's not ideal. I think that looks to me like we're trying to do this the cheapest way possible for the most important members of our community. And to me, it's probably a misuse of space when that's an amenity that people pay premium dollar for. And we know that parking is the biggest issue, but we're going to put a parking lot on a riverfront, kind of concerning as well. So I just think 101 isn't what we've all been thinking it was going to be when we started down this road, and doesn't mean it can't be, but I think we have a lot more conversations we need to have to make sure it's the right project and it can be done. And I know we're on a time crunch potentially to do that, but I think we're hearing from folks that there's a concern about overall future commercial space needs, parking needs, layout, appropriate lot usage. And I think we're not there yet 100%, but willing to keep that conversation going. I'm fine with on-street parking for residents, particularly from workforce units. I think this is an area where we have a lot of leverage to use as a council, and you know, we've started the conversation, as Andy said, but we haven't really gotten to it completely. And this might be the place to make it happen and happen well. But I think we haven't figured out the right mix and the right needs for that end yet. And then, you know, I think the only thing that I would have loved to seen or would like to see is you only laid out two options with your pro forma there in those numbers, and skipped kind of the one that we're all talking about, as you did costs associated with the unit without a parking structure and without commercial, or with a parking structure and with commercial, and not breaking that down to those next levels of with parking structure, no commercial, with no parking structure, but commercial. And I feel like we're being kind of asked to pick between one or two, and there's about 3 or 4 more options out there that I think we all need to have a longer and bigger discussion about before we can do this right.
Thanks, Hunter. Jesse, do you have anything?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. You know, this conversation's kind of bounced in a couple different directions, but I think the questions being asked are around the commercial and the parking. And I think that our code has been historically too rigid for us to achieve the community benefit and the goals that this particular council and really the last few have really set out to try and lay the groundwork for. And so if we continue to look at the evidence that's being presented to us and the information that we have to get these projects off the ground, and for us not to be flexible in trying to meet these projects halfway, I just think we're shooting ourselves in the foot. And so I'm all for parking on street, especially now. And I had to, I asked Tom to talk with Katie to clarify 80 West Main, because I was like, well, if they're doing it, but my understanding is that those parking spots are not for the residents. It's not for on-street parking, but it's still been developed out. So now we have this weird piecemeal down on West Main where you have some parking, some not parking, some curb cuts, some rec path. It's kind of a mess. And this is an opportunity for us to clean that up, flex that space, use it to our advantage, and cut a couple $1 million out of this project. related to commercial, I don't even know what to say. Like, I hear what people are saying about sales tax, is the revenue for the town, but it's also people spending those dollars and shopping locally. And if you don't have those locals who live in those homes, who shop and patronize those businesses, that's not generating sales tax either. And so I look at the vacancies across Main Street. There's like discontinuity on West Main, and I just don't, if it's gonna save us money, I think we should be flexible on that and look to doing economic development and commercial space in different ways that aren't tied directly to construction of residential units. So that's.
Rick, if I may.
Cool. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah.
So first of all for the parking on Main Street, although I think we need to talk about what that means for plowing. And then, but the other thing is that we keep talking about sales tax from that commercial space. I think that's very unlikely. I think it's going to be services, it's going to be doctors and that kind of thing, and that does not generate sales tax. That's what it is most now. I think it's highly, highly unlikely that we're going to get stores down there that are going to bring in sales tax. So I personally don't think that is part of the conversation.
Gotcha.
That's it. Sorry, Hunter. I know you were up there first.
No, I'm with you there. At least I was going to make that point. And just another one I think that we need to grapple with as council is more commercial space begets more need for more housing. And if we provide more commercial space, we need to provide more housing. And we don't have enough of one of those two things. And we have extra of others. So for every commercial space we fight hard for, we just have to then know that we're going to have to provide more housing. And we look at our housing study and it says all of that's going to have to be subsidized, but with the direction the county's in with cost of new development. So is it worth bending over backwards for more commercial space when then we'll have to find more space to house the people who are going to then run those businesses and create that, whether it's tax producing or not, they're going to take more housing or need more housing. So I think we just need to continue to have that conversation as we're moving along.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Hunter. And when I look at this, I say if the goal is to have more retail, and you say, how do you get more retail hours in Frisco? That's really the measure, whether it's in one place or 100 place, it's more retail hours. And, what I've seen over the last few years is that businesses here have been having shorter and shorter hours because they don't have the staff to keep it open. And I think that if we put commercial here, then that creates, as Hunter pointed out, a demand for more staff, which will reduce some other commercial entities' ability to keep open those hours. And if we have 6 more units here, then we have potentially, 6 or 12 more workers who can fill those empty positions. Because I do agree, having a healthy retail here is very important. The question just is what's the best way to get there? And certainly I think, workforce housing is one of the best things that we could do. Hunter, I did want to address a few things. I did simplify the numbers and the scenarios. I think Tom can probably tell you that I presented to him, I don't know, a lot more than I showed tonight, just in an effort to keep things explainable. But I do think that, the two variables is parking is 3 million, commercial is 1 million. And that's going to be the big variable between them. I do think that the river is really important. As a kayaker myself, although I ripped my hip, not my, foot when I did that. I've always felt that having public access here was important and it was something that we wanted to provide here. I think that, you know, the view from the river is important. But the one thing that I don't think is particularly evident in these drawings is the fact that the site is 6 feet basically below grade. And the river is actually higher. And then the building, which you don't really see because is currently an underground parking, a partial level, is almost a full story below that. So the parking, the quote on grade parking that we are showing here is not going to be particularly visible from the river itself. But I do think that you're raising an important point, and having a strong landscaping that both provides access to the water and screens that. The parking and anything else is important, and I don't think we should have any short shrift on that. And I could sort of commit to working with you and your staff on that. If this was a condo project and we were looking to make a couple million on each of these condos, I'd probably reverse this building, put everything on the river. But that's not our goal here.
So Neil, still have a full agenda to get to. So to continue down our course for the evening, what I'm hearing from the group is Galena and Hunter and Jesse, please speak up if you disagree. The Galena proposal, everyone is comfortable with?
Yes.
And we're looking for more discussion on the 101. And then can we narrow that down to more specifically to commercial, no commercial, and then the makeup of what sort of financing?
And parking.
And is anyone not for on-street parking?
I just think that we need to know the details of how that's going to be.
How the town would operate.
How the town would operate.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fair.
No, obviously, we're not looking for a decision tonight on that, but we do need a decision quickly if we're going to be competitive, because Chaff has told us, and Lauren had a meeting with them on the 9% a week or so ago, that readiness to proceed is important. So, they're going to say, have you gone through your planning commission? Have you gotten, and if we can't say yes to everything, then it becomes a problem. And we're sort of in a limbo because we can't sort of, release the architects to do a full new set of drawings if we don't have agreement as partners here.
I would note it's a little more than agreement, it's code changes. It's a little more than agreement, it's code changes, it's zoning code changes that go to the planning commission for hearing and then come up here for a couple of readings. So I hear you on the need, but I also know what needs to be done to our code to serve your purposes. And that's not a decision of this council on the development agreement, it's a rezoning proceedings, changing the zoning code.
I will defer to you, and the best legal way of doing that. Certainly, under the current code, you could waive the requirement on commercial, is my understanding, and you've certainly waived it in part for other deals.
On a conditional use application, which again is a zoning proceeding, you're going to go to the planning commission first and then here for a final decision. So it's not dissimilar.
I think we can have a separate discussion about the most expeditious way of doing this, but I think we have to come to substantive agreement first.
One other brief discussion while we're here, we might as well. What is the plan for meeting the obligation of the town? And by the town, I mean you now, because you've taken on the town's obligation to the state at Galena to provide them with office space, because I thought the plan was we're going to trade, we are obliged when we bought the property from the state, Galena, right? We are obliged to build them equivalent office space and lease it back to them on a form of lease that was attached to that sale agreement. We got a screaming deal on the property because they were losing nothing out of it, right? They have an office now, they'll have an office when done. So I thought the plan was to move the office space to 101 Main, but there's no commercial requirement there. Does it, you're back at Galena?
And I think that the reality of the timing is regardless of whether there's commercial on 101 Main, there's an interim period. And, you know, when I've looked around, you know, we have had some discussions with them. You know, I think, you know, their interest is to have an acceptable office space at quote, market rate, which they haven't been able to define. They don't necessarily, I don't think, care whether we build it or we find it for them and facilitate them getting into it. And, you know, we've always viewed that ultimately as our responsibility to you.
I agree, but ultimately it's our responsibility to the state, right? We're still in agreement with them. You're just obliged to meet the terms of us, in terms of what we have to do with them. So
We just don't want to forget it.
I hear you, but at the end of the day, you're right. I think they would accept alternative space, but it's completely up to them. And until they change their mind and agree otherwise, we're obliged to provide it there. And just so you know, it took us a year. We were in complete agreement with them. It took us a year to get that agreement through the state controller's office. Because, right, the department wasn't, the Department of Revenue didn't have their head just to form that agreement with us, right? Had to go through all the channels, the state land office, the like. So just saying. That's a real issue there that only the state can resolve by agreeing to do something other than what they have currently obliged us to do for them.
Yes, and I think, you know,
It's maybe worth a discussion with the state.
We're already discussing it with them.
for them, it'll be an easier discussion than the acquisition. Because really what we're talking about is them agreeing to sign a lease, which they do as a matter of course, as opposed to a land transfer, which is a more complicated issue for state actors. But I do think you're right for pointing this out, and it is something that we have to make sure not to forget. Keep on the radar screen.
Thanks, Nat. Great point. Do you need more, Tom, from us? No, we're good. Neil, thank you very much. Okay. So we've had our public comments, and now I'm going to open it up to council and mayor comments. None here. Jesse, Hunter, any comments? Nothing. Great. Comments.
So just to follow up from your last meeting, we had some folks in from the 300 Granite HOA to make some comments about the granite design and the state that it's in right now. Just so the council knows, Chris and Emily from our staff are in meetings with them and working on those issues, and we will be amending the 30% design to reflect that once we come to terms with that. And there's been internal discussions on it. A lot of talk in my individual meetings with council, especially those that live north of downtown, about the Excel gas line work that's going on. Just to be assured, you know, I've driven through the area, you know, council members have, our staff is out there every day. The state that you're seeing the road right now and its condition will not be how it goes into the winter. They're gonna fix the patches that are there now that are temporary before we get into the winter. And so the downside is that they didn't get as far as they wanted this year, so the project will continue next year. Just so you know. You should have on your email from Stacy some information from CML. CML is meeting this Friday, and Leslie's going to be at that meeting to talk about positions on certain topics that they expect to come up at the legislative session. If you have any comments, please get them back to us by close of business on Thursday, and we will feed those into the process. Just as I think I've
I've probably brought this up in my weekly email to you, but just want to congratulate our staff who worked on 2 grants through DOLA that got awarded, $100,000 to support our next iteration of a comprehensive plan. And then $55,000 to support a Frisco specific climate action plan. So you'll be working on those next year. That's all I've got.
Thanks, Tom. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Somebody
Second. A motion has been made in second. Please call the question.
Jesse, can you hear us? She's still on mute. She said she might be going through the tunnel at some point, so maybe we lost her. We'll just move on. Held,
Yes.
Holenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian,
Yes.
and Aronson is absent.
Great, so then we'll move into new business. Our agenda item number 1 is ordinance 23-21, an ordinance setting the mill levy within the town of Frisco for 2024.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So you have before you ordinance 23-21 regarding the mill levy. On an annual basis, we are required to certify any mill levy amounts with the county assessor. And this approval would allow us to meet that requirement. The mill levy proposed is unchanged from prior year or from current year. But between 23 and 24, no change at the 0.798 mils that we are authorized to impose without an election. That mill would bring to the town an estimated $299,092. That is a relatively small amount compared to the total collections within the town of Frisco of property tax. And staff does recommend that council approve this ordinance to levy the property tax. And also the amount is shown in the 2024 budget.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Yes, your Hunter, any questions?
Nope. Thanks.
Up to
Nope.
public comment? Any public comment online? Any in the room?
Just a question. Is current mill levy is staying the same?
Any other questions? Council comments? Maybe a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 23-21. Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Please call the question.
Aronson is absent. Burley,
Yes.
Held, Holenko, Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Wow. Scripcheck Adrian. Dramatic.
Great. So that brings us to agenda item number 2, first reading of ordinance 23-22, an ordinance adopting the 2024 budget and appropriating sums of money for various funds and spending agencies and approving the 2024-2028 capital program in an amount and for the purpose of setting forth below for the town of Frisco, Colorado, the budget 2024. I think that's going to be Leslie again.
We're gonna presentation. But this is for the first reading of ordinance 23-22 to adopt appropriations which are related to the 2024 budget for the town of Frisco. We do have a few changes that were highlighted since the last work session, which I should think
Dylan Olchin publicly for presenting, since I was not with you all. And those changes are highlighted in the memo discussing amounts related to town council wage increases that would not take effect until after the next election for any re-elected or new council members. Also, there are amounts included related to adding compensation for the planning commission. As well as those were the changes. Everything else that was up for discussion at the work session was previously included. So you do have in your memo total amounts for what is proposed or projected for 2023, as well as what is proposed for 2024 revenue and expenditures. That are the amounts included within the 2024 budget document. All right, so here's just a recap of some things that were discussed during the budget work session. Here's a look at the revenue by fund, and these amounts total $43,903,924 as outlined in the memo. Most of the funds you see here increasing between 2023 and 2024. By slight amounts. One exception there is the housing fund. You see the revenue decreasing. That is related to the financing of Granite Park that occurred in 2023. And we don't have a financing for 2024. Additionally, the other funds decreases because our insurance reserve is decreasing slightly because we are experiencing some savings there and we're not required to have as large of a reserve. Within the general fund, that represents 21 million in 2024, and the capital fund, including the transfer from the general fund, is at the amount of 8 million. Here is a slide of the expenditures within 2023. Just want to highlight, we see a decrease within the capital fund. We had some large expenditures budgeted in 2023, including Slopeside out at the PRA, as well as vehicles trying to catch up from delayed purchases related to COVID. Additionally, worth noting that we did move repairs and maintenance that previously appeared in the capital fund over to the general fund as they are more operating expenses, and that includes street maintenance as well as facility maintenance. So these total expenditures total $41,256,876. Of that, 23 million is from the general fund. That includes transfers, and 7 million is for the capital fund. This is a slide of our ending fund balances just to show our overall health within our fund. And we are generally increasing. We are meeting here for the general fund, our 7-month reserve that's recommended by council. The water fund has a reserve of 4 months of expenditures, and the insurance reserve fund 6 months. Those are both met on this slide and exceed actually the required reserves. The marina fund, while it did slightly fall behind the 4-month reserve set by council, we do have a plan set in place in order to recover that fund. We did have a large capital expense this year related to the repair of the boat turnaround. And we have, as we discussed last year around this time, some changes that have been made in that fund. And we had a good year, and it's projected to be healthy. Other funds, we see again, that decrease in the insurance reserve, but we do not have an increase for employees and their health insurance premiums in that fund. Here's just a highlight of the general fund, which is where most of our operations come from. You can see over 3 years just the trends that we're seeing within this fund. It is important to note that while expenditures in the maroon to the far right on this slide do exceed the revenue, which is in the light purple. The reason for that is because we transfer those additional amounts above that 7-month reserve over to the capital fund in order to fund our capital program. So now just to highlight a few of the top projects within the budget for the 2024 capital program. So we do have some streets and sidewalks projects. Those are at 1.8 million. That includes sidewalks along Highway 9 that will be completed, as well as the complete streets design and the solar light replacement on Main Street. Within the water fund, we have budgeted to mitigate PFAS in well 7. That will be over 2 years, and 500,000 is in 2024. In public building improvements, we have 2.7 million. Most of that is related to the completion of Slopeside Hall as part of that PRA master plan implementation, as well as a smaller public works upgrade to the wash bay for our town fleet. Additionally, in recreation, we have some improvements out at the PRA and the marina, adding sand to the beach, as well as a replacement of the magic carpet belt and the addition of a rope tow at the ski hill. At the marina, we also have a standard replacement schedule in 2024. This is 400,000 for some boat and equipment replacements. In arts and culture, we are looking for a 5-year plan out at the historic park to include the planning for First and Main, as well as 25,000 in capital for artwork. Lastly, on the slide is related to environmental sustainability projects. What's included is 400,000 between charging stations, as well as some energy improvements that will be identified in an upcoming energy service company contract. And so this is the same slide that was given to you during the work session. So just want to recap what we heard during that. So regarding the business license fee increase, we are moving ahead with the increase. It has not increased since it was first implemented. And so that will increase from $75 to $100. The streets position, as well as the part-time building inspector position, are both included in this budget. Regarding town council wages, I have a slide that we will take a look at regarding some comparisons. Now, again, this would not be effective for the sitting council. This would be effective for council members that come on after the next election, either reelected for that election or newly appointed after that date. So here's a comparison of our surrounding municipalities. And we have included a recommendation of $9,000 annually for council members and $15,000 for the mayor. This falls between Dillon and Frisco, kind of puts us at that halfway point. And then regarding the difference between the council and the mayor, you'll see some variations here. Silverthorne and Dillon, they pay the mayor twice as much as the council. Frisco is 50% more. So we've kind of split the difference here with approximately 66% more for the mayor than the other council members. Additionally, it was discussed at the work session that the idea of a child care reimbursement. So currently that has been included in the budget. However, the plan would be to bring that back at a future date to discuss how that looks moving forward. Do we want to have a discussion about these items? Sorry.
Anyone?
I think we all got
Right, but I just want to clarify for anybody who's watching, you said Frisco a couple times when you meant Breckenridge. So just like Breckenridge has a 50%. No, it's okay. I just wanted to clarify for anybody who might be listening and might be confused.
Look to put the recommendation for council. It's halfway between Silverthorne or Dillon and Breckenridge. Yep, I apologize.
As a clarification, we've been talking about this because we feel it's an equity issue and, you know, those who can't afford it can't serve on council. End up with a certain class of council members. And so, you know, and it's never, it's never popular to raise your own wage. And, you know, I'm not raising my wage because I'm not up for reelection, but, you know, we hope to have a younger and more diverse influx of council members in the future because of this. Younger.
I know, I'm just gonna say, we're pretty young.
Thanks. Jesse, any comments? Discussions, any old topic?
No, I think I said my piece last time. Thanks, Leslie and your team for putting all this together.
I make my only comment is not same as Jess. Thanks for this, but I think it goes back to my continued hesitation with the voting on the mill levy, even though I always will support it. But I think it's so often, I think all of us hear it on a regular basis that people complain to us that we have to listen to them more than we listen to other people because they are taxpayers. And I think I just like people to take account of the entire budget process and that all people are taxpayers in our county and in our community. And we should listen to everybody in the community regardless. And particularly these wages, I think, as Andy said, it's a great way for those of us who are trying to do what we can, the best we can to run the town. I think a little wage increase is fair. The child reimbursement, I'm really excited about. But again, the budget process, if you remember and look at it and pay attention, sales tax is what pays all of our town's bills, not property tax. And if you go off of that, everyone in the community is a taxpayer, but it doesn't matter. We need to listen to all members of our community, no matter what. And we should also have them also representing our community on council. So I think this budget is spectacular. It makes some great statements, and I appreciate all of staff's work on it.
Anyone else? I'll just follow up to Hunter and say, right, our budget is our roadmap to where we're headed. So I thought this was done really well. Thank you to you and your staff for making it super smooth. I mean, we've had great folks in finance over the years. And since you've come in, you reworked a few things, nothing too drastically, and really made it understandable, palatable, and most of the time entertaining.
I don't know how entertaining, but thank you.
So with that, I'll open it up to public comments, unless you have anything else.
Full discussion items on.
And just one clarification, Thad, from the standpoint of council salaries. And so there's a follow-on action that needs to be
Budget action,
taken.
there will be another action by ordinance.
The council wages are specifically
Set
listed
out
by
in the
dollar
code.
amount in the code. Yep. And so also proposed in the budget is new compensation for planning commission. Here is a list of some other municipalities that do compensate their planning commission. And I think that this was in recognition of the amount of work that does go into planning commission. However, that work may be different across different municipalities. So I discussed this with Katie Kent, our community development director. And so we arrived at this $2,400 annually, but actually paying that, I believe it was recommended to pay that on a per meeting basis. So it would probably be a little bit less than that, as we often don't have 12 meetings per year. But for a comparison's sake, this shows that we would align with, at this recommendation, Ridgeway and Glendale. We would be less than Breckenridge, which may have a fuller agenda and might also have some more complex projects that are brought forward. So this would be a starting point, but we are looking for any feedback that you might wish to offer. And additionally, there was included in the packet a listing of town council salaries as well as planning commission salaries for anyone's reference.
A meeting for planning commission is fair. It's worth showing up for.
So the last item we had on here was regarding police take-home vehicles. And I believe since that meeting, it has been emailed out to you, a policy to be shared to provide some more specifics on how that would work. The proposal for 2024 is to add 4 additional vehicles.
So the ask is about the 4 vehicles, and the policy of how they're used will be determined at a later date.
No, I think you have a policy in front of you that the police department is working under already. It was just asked that it be provided for reference.
Sure. Comments, discussion?
I'm sorry, what are we deciding right now? Are we deciding right now to give the vehicles or?
Well,
not?
you're deciding whether the expenditure would be authorized in the budget.
The policy is just a reference for how they're being used currently.
What Councilmember Aronson asked for during work session.
Mhm. When is he back?
How about what do you think he would ask?
Well, you essentially can put a pivot. You could authorize the money to remain in the budget, but you could direct staff that we're gonna have a further conversation about take-home vehicles before we expend the money.
That's how I feel about it. I feel like we need to have.
Sure.
I don't feel like we've all talked about it nearly enough to make that decision.
Gotcha.
I think we've talked about it before you guys got here. And I feel like we've talked about it. I was pretty comfortable with it.
Okay.
Comfortable with.
With providing vehicles so we can retain police officers and they can potentially, remain closer to here.
I think that's where I originally landed, but out of respect for other people, I'm okay with putting a pin in it and having a conversation.
Sure. So, and are you good putting it in the budget and having a further conversation?
Yep, I'm fine with that. I think it's important. It's a big step.
Yep. Jesse?
Ditto, yeah.
Gotcha. So what I'm hearing is allocate in the budget and then we'll talk policy later.
Well, we'll talk about the expense. Yes, the whole
The
thing.
whole thing, it'll come back. Yes, yes.
That's my job to make sure that it comes back
That
to
it
you.
comes
That's
back.
all I'm saying. I'm not suggesting that you fire.
We'd ignore you anyway.
Right, right.
More? Do you gentlemen in the back, do you feel like you need to add anything or you want to?
We're here to answer any questions or, anything you have concerns about. If you'd like.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna talk about it in the future, but we're gonna budget it.
That's what I'm hearing.
Poor guys.
You waited all this time just for that.
Yeah. It could be worse.
Thank you, Leslie. You got all everything squared. Thank you. I jumped ahead earlier. My apologies. So
Motion.
I would think, well, let me open it up to public comment.
So rarely make it anymore. Thank you for your time. The way my glad to be. I came to the town hall the other day for some questions and was told everything is by appointment only because we're so short staffed. Through the budget, are you trying to get more fully staffed?
Yes,
That's good to hear.
but I am happy to talk with you further about how that works.
Sure.
Great. Thank you. Any comments online? And none other in the audience? Back to council for comments and a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve the first reading of ordinance 23-22.
No, you read it the first time.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded.
Hunter always asks.
I'll have second, yeah.
I'll do that next time.
I'm getting it.
Yes.
Aronson is absent. Burley,
Yes.
Palenko,
Yes.
Incan.
Yeah.
Morton.
Yes.
Okay. That will move on to agenda item number 3, resolution 23-26, the 2024 legislative policy statement adoption. Stacy and Leslie, I presume.
Good evening, council. Town Clerk Stacy Nell for the record. Just here tonight to follow up from our last work session, presenting your finalized 2024 legislative policy statement. And I'll be brief, but just to provide a little bit of context, at your last work session, Finance Director Leslie Edwards and I presented to you a proposed draft that resulted from numerous meetings from the subcommittee. That subcommittee throughout 2023 consisted of 3 council members as well as multiple staff members. And all those people are listed in your staff report. Thanks to everybody who made those meetings or whatever combination of meetings that you could to work on this. It was definitely a labor of love for sure. Council, you all provided a list of feedback ranging from typographical things that you caught all the way up through. There were a couple of substantive, more conceptual changes, and I just would like to touch on a couple of those, but I promise I will be brief. I know we're coming up on the end of the night here. But among the edits made, we made edits to the advocacy procedures. You all wanted to see a little bit more flexibility built into the already structured process that we have in place. And specifically, allowing any council member, depending on subject matter expertise or interest in a particular legislative topic, for that council member to be able to advocate on behalf of the town council instead of just the mayor or just the mayor pro tem. So we built that language in there and updated that. This section was also edited to include that the town manager, depending on the necessary response circumstances, sometimes bills are coming across fast down at the Capitol and they need an answer ASAP or like within the hour. But then sometimes you have, days or weeks to provide a response. And so in this section, we built in that the town manager just needs to make a reasonable attempt to either ideally get all of your position on public record, or if the circumstances are just not allowing for that, for him to make a reasonable attempt to try to get in touch with you individually in order to gain majority direction and guidance. So that was built in as well based on your suggestions. We also added under the supportive positions that are bullet points under the housing topic, that instead of there was a bullet point about that was really heavily centered on AMI. And so we sort of reworded that to say, we support legislation that takes into account AMI when reviewing, qualifications for housing. And instead of just looking at AMI, it's a piece of the puzzle. And that's the wording that you all wanted in there. So we did change that. And then the last one I wanted to touch on this evening, but of course I'm available, and so is Leslie with any questions or further concerns that you might have, is that we removed the specific support of designation of public lands for housing and utilities. We just struck that out and said under the public land section, we just kept it more high level and vague intentionally to open it up for different uses and not just sort of handcuffing ourselves into just this or that, utilities or housing. And then Tom already reminded you guys, but definitely take a look at that email CML and Leslie, as a part of the CML policy committee, would really be able to use your feedback on Friday at their first meeting, especially in advance of the legislative session, which will begin in January. And we're being told to buckle up. It's going to be an interesting ride again.
And just to highlight what was included in that email, so given that we have this proposed legislative policy statement, I was able to take what's currently going to be discussed at the CML Policy Committee and is proposed legislation and put it into a spreadsheet, of course, and then tie it to the legislative policy statement and what policy positions you all are looking to adopt that would relate to that legislation. And then that can help us determine a position, a recommended position that would be taken by the town based upon the legislative policy statement. So those were the things like support, oppose unless amended, neutral, monitor, etc. So it's really putting it into action, giving it some context.
But that's all we had for you. But if you have questions, we are available.
I do have a question, and it probably speaks to exactly what you just said. But, right, we're approving this tonight, and you're asking for us to look at something that you're going to do on Friday that is not met by this statement?
Well, within the advocacy procedures, we had included that we would give you all, when feasible, 24 hours to comment. And so if you would like to comment, you have more than 24 hours to do so.
That makes complete sense. I missed that.
Yeah. He was just testing you.
Yeah.
As you guys always do and know, don't reply to all. Just reply directly to Leslie. You can copy me as well, but definitely want to prevent, the big email correspondence constituting a quorum situation. But you guys are already really good with that, so.
Cool. Discussion here? Nothing yet? Okay. Hunter, looks like Jesse's off. Hunter's good. Open it up to public comment. None online? With that,
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we, yes, I move that we pass resolution 23-26.
Second.
motion's been made and seconded. Can you please call?
Mortensen,
Oh, sorry, yes.
scrap check, Adrian,
Yes.
Aronson is absent, Burley absent, Held,
Yes.
Palenko.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes. That concludes agenda item number 3. We're now moving on to old business, which is actually, and we don't have any old business, so we're gonna go straight into executive session. And with that, I would, if someone's available to make the motion to enter executive session as agenda item number 4.
Motion to move into executive session.
Are you gonna give?
Yeah, you gotta do the whole
Yeah.
citation.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we we go into executive session. Executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-6-402 4A, concerning the potential purchase of certain real property by the town and pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402 4E, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, to develop strategy for negotiations, and to instruct negotiators, each in connection with the potential construction of affordable housing projects on the real property that may be purchased.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have a second?
Second.
The motion's been made to go into executive session and seconded. Can you call the question?
Aronson is absent. Burley is also absent. Incan.
Yes.
Script check, Adrian.
Yes.
Palenko.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take it